Siemens Energy and Framatome faces criticism for maintaining ties with Russia's Rosatom despite leaving the Russian market, benefiting from EU sanctions exceptions on the Russian energy sector. Greenpeace accuses the companies of playing a significant role in Russia's nuclear program. Hello and welcome to World News here on TVP World. I'm your host Benjamin Lee, and let's take a look at the latest headlines. Italy convenes the Mediterranean Migrant Summit to address the ongoing crisis. Tourists evacuate as Greece battles spreading wildfires. Poland faces consequences for excluding Russian athletes from wrestling championships. Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine has received billions of dollars worth of military equipment. Some of the aid was found to have fallen into the wrong hands.
The report by Pentagon Inspector General was obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request. According to the report, between February and September 2022, various groups in Ukraine took advantage of the abundant flow of weapons under insufficient supervision. One organized crime group, led by an unspecified Russian official, was able to obtain arms including a grenade launcher and machine gun by joining a volunteer battalion with the use of forged documents. Another group reportedly stole over 60 rifles and nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition, with suspected intent to resell the arms on the black market.
Such things are to be expected early in the war when the situation is chaotic and when the military is scrambling to get in as many volunteers as possible. Since then, the situation has improved, that equipment has been recovered and returned.
The problem largely pertained to handheld arms, ammunition and protective gear, as the Western allies sent tanks, artillery and other substantial equipment, which is more difficult to steal. The issue is highly unlikely to come up again in the future, especially as Ukraine has undertaken a massive overhaul of its administrative system as part of efforts to realize the ambitions of EU and NATO membership.
A massive rocket attack on Odessa took place on Saturday night. This is yet another shelling this week of the port city, whose infrastructure is crucial to the operation of the so-called Black Sea Grain Initiative. European authorities are scrambling to find new solutions to the now expired deal.
25 monuments were damaged as a result of Russia's overnight missile attack on Odessa. This is just one of them. The Holy Transfiguration Cathedral was targeted for a second time now after it was first destroyed by the Bolsheviks in the 1930s.
This cathedral is not only an ornament of the city, not only of Ukraine, but it is an ornament of the entire Orthodox world. This is one of the grandest buildings that exist in Odessa, and not only in Odessa. It really hurts to say.
Attacks like this one show Russia's deliberate plans to aim missiles at sites under UNESCO protection, as well as civilian infrastructure. In the overnight attack, 19 missiles were fired at Odessa, but only 9 were shot down. The local population gathered to help clean up the rubble.
My child was enrolled here. We regularly attend the cathedral services. The priests here are wonderful. People need to stop being so cruel.
Over the past week, Russia has been hammering Odessa and other Ukrainian food export facilities virtually every day after Moscow failed to extend the crucial Black Sea grain deal. To combat this, President Zelensky has called for an emergency meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Council, which will take place Wednesday.
And a destabilization in this region, the disruption of our export routes, will mean problems with respective consequences for everyone in the world. A price crisis would be the smallest of the possible consequences.
While Ukraine looks for solutions on how to unblock the trade of foodstuffs from the Black Sea ports, the counteroffensive continues. Soldiers are treated for wounds in field hospitals like this one each day.
The situation on our front section in the northern Donetsk region is difficult, just like everywhere else. There are more wounded than I would like, but they're here.
After receiving proper medical care, they return to the front lines.
2 European energy companies are being criticized for continued cooperation with Russia's nuclear giant Rosatom. Despite their exodus from the Russian market, Germany's Siemens Energy and France's Framatome are benefiting from EU's exceptions on sanctions regarding the Russian energy sector.
It seems two Western energy firms are playing a key role in Russia's nuclear program. The anti-nuclear NGO Greenpeace, in its recent report, accused Siemens and Framatome of continued business dealings with Rosatom, Russia's state-owned nuclear energy firm.
These large European companies have contracts worth hundreds of millions of euros to export their cutting-edge technology and expertise to Russian nuclear power plants and Rosatom's nuclear projects abroad.
Experts at Greenpeace also worry that the Western technologies could be further exploited to benefit Russia's developing nuclear program. In an attempt to clap back, the spokesperson for the German energy company assures that the firm no longer operates on the Russian market, nor do its employees earn wages from contracts with Russia.
We were one of the first companies to give up and sell all our business in Russia with significant losses. That's something I'm proud of as an employee. Siemens Energy is not installed in Russian nuclear power plants. Our staff does not work for Rosatom in Russia, and we don't have lucrative contracts. Sales in 2022 were in the single-digit millions.
Despite its withdrawal from the Russian market, this company continues conducting business dealings with Rosatom, which are direct business dealings with the Russian state itself. Although several sanctions packages have been imposed on the Russian economy since early 2022, these restrictions did not extend to Rosatom, but the topic continues to resurface.
We need to end up any nuclear cooperation with Russia. We need to spoil this reputation, because this is one of the challenges we need to face commonly.
Earlier in the year, Germany's government called for the civilian nuclear sector to be included in further sanctions packages. But the EU has yet to impose unilateral sanctions on Russia's nuclear industry. In addition to Budapest, Paris is also blocking the decision.
EU leaders, along with officials from Tunisia, Egypt, and Malta, are attending the Mediterranean Summit in Rome. The meeting was prompted by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni as another attempt to turn the tide of the migrant crisis embracing southern Europe.
This footage of over 30 migrants being rescued in Greek waters is yet another reminder that Europe is far from victorious in combating the ongoing migrant crisis. Although that video shows a happy ending, the continent is still recovering from the deadly migrant tragedy which occurred on the shores of Greece and took the lives of more than 600 people. This and other incidents which are taking place in Europe have become the subject of today's Med Summit in Rome.
To initiate a shared path capable of implementing concrete measures for the growth and development of the enlarged Mediterranean and Africa, to address the root causes of irregular flows, and to defeat the criminal activity of human traffickers.
Before taking office in October, Giorgia Meloni vowed to stop the flow of illegal and life-threatening migrations to Italy.
No one benefits from illegal immigration except criminal groups who get rich at the expense of the most fragile and use their strength even against the governments conditioning their institutions.
As an effort to realize what was pledged before the elections, Meloni headed to Tunisia last month, where she held bilateral talks. To prevent the migration crisis from getting worse, Brussels will aid Tunisia with €1 billion. This money will be used to boost the country's economy, combat further boat departures, and battle smugglers. The latest numbers regarding the coastal arrivals are proving that the illegal migration issue is gaining momentum. According to Italy's Interior Ministry data, over 7,000 boat migrants reached Italian shores from January 1st to July 12th, which marks almost 2 times the illegal migrations in comparison to the same period last year.
Greece continues to struggle with containing wildfires spreading across the country. The situation has become dire in many areas, prompting more evacuations.
Thousands of people on the island of Rhodes had to leave their homes and hotels. Wildfires at popular tourist destinations have been burning for 5 days, but recently the blaze has spread dangerously close to more populated areas.
The police guy came up with the lights flashing and shouted at our hotel owner, get everybody out. So we then we were told to pack a bag, and the people in the bar, the people that work there, were very good. They helped us to get on coaches.
People were fleeing the endangered villages and beaches by land and sea, desperate to escape the raging fire. The Coast Guard and private boats helped them evacuate from the southeastern parts of the island. Both tourists and local residents found shelter in evacuation centers.
At the moment, we are at the Venetoclia Stadium, where hundreds of people who had to be evacuated from their hotels due to the fires in Lindos and Kiotari are being sheltered. Volunteers and authorities are trying to coordinate with tour operators to send back those who can spend the night at their hotel. The situation is under control, and we are trying with people's assistance to manage the situation.
Greek firefighters have reached the limits of their capacity as the fires rage in many parts of the country. To help Greece contain the quickly spreading blaze, reinforcements came from many European countries, including Poland. The situation is still far from being under control, but heroic efforts continue to minimize the damage and prevent casualties.
27 people were found dead and dozens are still missing following a landslide in western India. The tragedy has been triggered by the monsoon rains, which had pummeled the country for several days.
This week in the Indian village of Irshalvadi was marked by a horrific scene which unfolded 4 days ago and turned its citizens' lives into pure hell. Mangesh and his family are only a few of the hundreds of victims whose lives have changed dramatically.
My brother is still trapped in the landslide. We are losing hope as the mud has engulfed entire houses, waist high.
The deadly landslide trapped dozens of people under debris. Just like for Mangesh, the hope is fading for hundreds of Irshalvadi citizens. For many of them, any optimism had already vanished.
The entire family has been lost. All 10 members are gone. No one survived from the family. We have lost our close relatives forever.
For Indian rescuers, this Sunday became the 4th day in a row of combating heavy rainfall in addition to the landslide aftermath.
The trek from here is about 2.8 kilometers. The trek is tough, and the incessant rains and winds have made it more arduous for us to reach the site of the landslide from here.
The other challenge for the rescue services, Raigot says, is that they are not able to reach the victims with heavy equipment. As the operation is manual, for many people time may be running out, which means there could be even more victims.
And that's not all we have in store. There's more headlines coming up next. Spanish citizens vote amid the far right's potential rise. Pope Francis highlights the importance of intergenerational care and support. Millions of Spanish citizens headed to the polls this morning to vote in the general election. This time, the choice of the voter may lead to the far right achieving a place in government decades after Spain gained democracy.
Despite the scorching heat, after 9 a.m. the Spanish ballot stations were filled with dozens of people queuing to cast their votes at the ballot boxes.
The most important thing for me is to come here to vote. Beach can wait.
These votes can turn pivotal for socialists who may lose power. For the far right, this day could be a getaway that would mark the start of the dictatorship the country suffered from as Francisco Franco took office in 1939.
I think that any result that Vox gets under these circumstances will be heroic. The support we will get will be heroic because we have not been able to carry out a campaign as everything was against us.
The ultra-nationalist supporter of Franco, Santiago Abascal, is one of 4 Spain candidates. He's competing for power along with the current prime minister and a socialist leader, Pedro Sánchez, the communist favorite Yolanda Díaz, and the main opposition and conservative leader, Alberto Núñez Feijóo.
Spain can start a new era, and I hope Spaniards decide with freedom, as we are doing today, despite climate conditions and all adversities.
Before the polling stations were open, the most likely outcome of the ongoing snap election was the Popular Party to form a majority government.
Votes are being counted as Cambodia held its general elections on Sunday. However, the results are rather easy to predict as the ruling party has held on to power for over 30 years and ran largely unopposed, putting into question the state of democracy in the country.
The government spared no expense to make sure that people of Cambodia can vote in Sunday's election. Delivering ballots to the most remote parts of the country resulted in an estimated 78% turnout. The election is supposed to serve as a transition of power, but in a very limited scope. This year, the Cambodian People's Party list is led by Hun Manet, the Prime Minister's son.
It's expected that he is going to take over from his father, and I think Hun Sen didn't want to fight a two-front battle against opposition and civil society groups that were unhappy with him, and also against people within the ruling Cambodian People's Party who were unhappy with the way this secession was being planned.
In addition to the CPP, ballots include 17 other obscure parties with no representatives in the parliament. The CPP holds all of the 125 seats. The election is held without Western observers, as the Prime Minister has dismissed any foreign concerns regarding its credibility. Hun Sen, a former Khmer Rouge guerrilla, has ruled the country for 38 years. Critics indicated that the election was preceded by a campaign of intimidation and public threats against any opposition. The easily predicted results are likely to start a political dynasty, cementing the Hun's grip on power for the foreseeable future.
30,000 troops, 11 participating countries, for a duration of 2 weeks. Australia and the US kicked off war games which are held to deter the growing Chinese threat in the Indo-Pacific.
As part of a freedom of entry procession to celebrate the commissioning of a U.S. military ship, hundreds of members of the U.S. Navy marched through Australia's capital. Such a parade marking freedom of entry is the highest honor a town can bestow to an organization or individual.
It's a culmination of not just the ship naming, of honoring the city, but the previous HMAS Canberra that was lost in World War II, and the other USS Canberra that was named in honor of her.
The battleship formally joined the U.S. Navy's active fleet when it was commissioned during a ceremony at an Australian naval facility in the Sydney Harbour. This parade took place after the joint military exercises were kicked off in Australia with 11 participating countries and over 30,000 units.
Heya. It's about us working with each other. So being able to work with another military or another.
I'm trying to fix the microphone position. But hey, how are you doing? We're still on the old camera setup. I planned to buy the new one this weekend, and then it turned out that I have to order it. I had to go and get the camera ordered for it to be delivered to the city near me, because it is sold in other cities in Croatia and not mine. So I'm gonna fix it. Oh shit, I'm really loud. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, sorry, I tried to set up the new microphone thing. Okay, should be better now. I tried to set him up, and he's attempting.
The United World Wrestling Organization.
I saw Croatia. I defended Croatia.
U20 World Championships to Amman, Jordan. The tournament was originally scheduled to take place in
I was defending Croatia and also Canada and also Destiny's spot and also Ukraine. I was on Grisha's stream yesterday. Grisha was trying to do an attack on HIMARS on Ukrainian part of the place, so I was there to defend it.
Andrzej Supron, former Polish wrestling world champion and Olympic silver medalist, now president of the Polish Wrestling Federation, could not hide his surprise and disappointment.
Never in history has there been such a thing as cancelling an event before it has started, especially since we, as the organizers, have taken all the
I don't think it's necessarily unimportant. I think it's right now having a big impact on internal happenings in the country, which means that people from the outside are going to be like, huh, yeah, okay, well, this is what the people have done to themselves, by themselves, if that makes sense. I think it's going to become big news once it starts affecting countries around, you know? It's like, you know how
The World Day for
Hungary, for
Grandparents
example,
and the
I think is a
Elderly
good
was celebrated on Sunday. On this occasion, a mass was
comparison
organized
to
in
this.
St.
So
Peter's
Hungarian
Basilica
government
featuring
is
Pope
shit.
Francis. Let's take a listen.
Orban is shit, but no one really cared about
Sunday,
him
the
being
world
shit
came together
until
to
very
celebrate the
recently,
significance of
when
the
he
elderly
started
and
negatively
grandparents
affecting
through the
countries
observance of the
around.
World Day for
Before
Grandparents and
that,
the
people were
elderly.
making very
During this
stupid
occasion, Pope Francis delivered a deeply moving speech, exemplifying
ways to
unity and
defend
compassion
him
towards the seniors in our
and his
communities.
corruption, and the international community was like,
Today,
yeah,
the
okay,
Word of
this is
God
what
calls
Hungarians
us
have
to be
chosen.
vigilant, so that we do not
Democratically, this is what I
marginalize
have
the
voted
elderly
for,
in our
and he's
families
stealing
or
their money
lives.
from their
Let us
people.
be careful, so that our crowded cities
So, you
do
know.
not become centers of loneliness. But
So I think
politics
that's how
help
most
to
of the world
provide
is going
for
to
the
be looking
needs
at
of the most fragile.
Israel currently.
Never forgets the elderly nor allows the market to banish them.
Yeah, I
as
just have a lot of people,
uncomfortable
yeah.
waste.
So Twitch comment that said otherwise. Oh.
Discussion about the mutual care and
Oh.
support that can be shared between older and younger generations. It is of paramount importance as it fosters a
I'm
sense
just
of
now looking at
compassion
Twitch
and
comments.
empathy within society.
Still falling for
elderly
the
have a wealth of
Nazi
wisdom and
Ukraine
experience to
bullshit,
offer,
so.
and through intergenerational care, this knowledge can be preserved and
Canada?
passed
I
down
think
to
Canada's
future
doing alright
generations.
actually. I think Canada's doing
Support and
okay-ish.
companionship demonstrates a
Not
profound
perfectly,
respect for the
but I
past
think
and a
Canada's okay.
commitment to building a harmonious and inclusive future where the contributions of all generations are valued and cherished.
Now, welcome to this interview where we delve into current topics shaping the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The tragic
Thank you.
aftermath of Russia's missile attack on Odessa, where 25 monuments, including the historically significant Holy Transfiguration Cathedral, were
To be
damaged.
fair, it is
A troubling report obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request revealing the misuse of weapons in Ukraine
maybe
due to
the
insufficient
democracy
oversight.
being
And lastly,
strong
we
enough
analyzed
to
the
protect
recent
from
meeting between
criminals
Russian Vladimir Putin
would
and Belarusian leader
show
Alexander Lukashenko
in
St. Petersburg.
countries
Let's welcome
where
our guest,
people
Vladislav
don't
Koltin, a
want
journalist from Radio Free
criminals
Europe.
to be leading them.
Hello, sir, and welcome to TVP World.
But maybe in this case, democracy is strong enough to
So
allow
there's
people
a lot
to
dissect and
elect
unpack over
criminals.
here, but I
So,
would love to start with the missile attack in Odessa. We've seen a lot of devastation.
Alex in Canada,
and
please
wondering
don't.
what's the
Please
current
don't leave
situation,
Canada.
and
Leave
have
Canada
the
alone. Please
international
don't touch
body come up
Canada.
with any ways to help Ukraine defend from these further missile
They're doing
attacks?
so well. They're doing
Russia has
perfectly
launched
fine.
19
Please don't touch them.
missiles against Odessa, the port
Annexing
city of
Israel
Odessa.
as Croatia.
The Ukrainian air defense intercepted 9 of them, but unfortunately turned
If you had more coastline,
the historical buildings, historical
I would
center
think
of
about
Odessa
it.
and some port infrastructure.
But right
The
now, I
thing
feel like
is
I'm
that
going to
Odessa's
leave that
historical
chance up to
center,
some other
which was
country.
built in 19th century, early 20th century.
I'll
is
need to look into
protected
it
by
too. I'm not
UNESCO. It's
entirely sure what happened.
World architectural treasure. It's like a protected area by UNESCO. And Russia hit the
Because I
famous, the
understand
biggest
that,
cathedral in Odessa, the symbol of Odessa, the holy
yeah, a central law to
Cathedral
curb the
of
Supreme
Orthodox
Court in
Cathedral the
Israel has
center of
officially
Odessa.
passed.
Actually, it was hit
So
destroyed twice
we'll
by
have to
Russia
see
in the
how that's going to be affecting the
1936 by Stalin's
country.
order. It was
I just saw the
it was,
message, by the way. Grisha's life
ruined
goal
by
is to join
so
Wagner.
communist authorities. And now
I was
Russia
thinking
again,
about it
was
yesterday. Like,
rebuilt, when Ukraine got independence in 1991, but now
ain't
Russia
Wagner
again,
a
ruined this
terrorist
cathedral. It's like
organization?
we will see how things will unfold, but I
How
think that a lot of Orthodox believers,
how
Orthodox
does
branches,
it
will now think
work
twice, especially those branches,
when
the branch
Twitch
which
allows
is spiritually
a
linked to Moscow, whether
streamer
to maybe it's the right time, the correct time to sever these links,
who
to cut
is
these
directly
links off
connected
with
to a
Moscow, with
paramilitary
Russian Orthodox Church.
organization?
And generally speaking, Russia has been
Like,
striking
it's
Odessa,
I
hitting hard
don't know
Odessa
how that works
all
lawfully.
this week because it's a
I don't know how
city.
close he has to get
Has
to them
export infrastructure
for it to
export
be
Ukrainian
reportable.
grain.
That's what I'm
And
thinking
when
about
Russia
basically.
withdrew from this grain deal on the 17th
Oh, he was
of
close to
July,
Tatarsky,
it
right?
started,
He was close to Tatarsky.
doing the utmost
He does
to
like
kind of
Prigozhin
cut
very
all
much.
possibilities for Ukrainian export.
I don't know how Twitch would feel about that.
Without Russian participation, only with Turkish and UN.
Or like with
under
denying
UN
certain
umbrella.
crimes that have
So the thing
happened,
is that now
like
Ukraine
denying
grain
Bucha,
is
for
stuck there.
example.
It was hit hard also
What's
by
Twitch
Russian
official
missiles,
policy on
port
that?
infrastructure, export facilities and now Russia stuck 25 historical buildings built in late 19th century right in the middle, in the center of Odessa, this historic beautiful city on the Black Sea.
Right, it does sound like a pretty severe devastation. And the other topic that I really wanted to get into also is the recent unfortunate finding that the arms supplies to Ukraine, some of them have unfortunately been falling into the wrong hands. And I'm wondering if there's any way to prevent these organized crime groups from exploiting the current situation.
Lines in food stores? Wait, what? Why? What's happening?
That's currently going to the country that really needs it.
Yeah, there are some kind of problems with weapons to get into Ukraine.
2K, I do.
Get into the front lines, but I think that it's a little bit exaggerated, to be honest.
What do you want?
There were some problems with Western weapons not being able to reach front lines, but generally speaking,
I got 2K points. Also, I got forever points.
Almost totally the weapons are reaching Ukrainian front.
If US will withdraw all support, military, financial, everything from Israel, and the rest of the world will boycott it, the way they did with apartheid South Africa. Do you think that would cause a good change to happen?
Armed forces are unreliable, that there is a kind of corruption and all this stuff. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration. There were recently problems with, for instance, food supplies for Ukrainian armed forces, that there were some corruption schemes involved, and prices were hiked for basic stuff, food stuff like bread or vegetables or eggs. But Ukrainian military leadership, the leadership of Ukrainian Defense Ministry, sacked several top officials.
That little car is great.
Cases have been opened.
You go, little car. You go.
Exploiting for the private needs these supplies. Generally speaking, everything is more or less okay, and Russian propaganda tries to use all the possible cases to damage, tarnish image of Ukrainian armed forces and tarnish image of Ukraine.
Right, of course, they will be kind of churning out a lot of materials trying to kind of push this narrative. But at the same time, while we're under this magnifying glass, I think it's also important.
There was a
send the message to the rest of the world that it is indeed, and nothing
that was a move.
Really too stressed about in the support of the country.
That was a move. Okay, that's a good way to say it.
Are there any plans to kind of address this issue from the Ukrainian side for the Westerners and the people who are supplying Ukraine?
Immediately, he reacted immediately.
To be too worried about.
Recently at the Vilnius summit of NATO, Ukraine hasn't got invitation to NATO, and because it needs to do homework. And Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and other senior NATO officials, including President Biden, said that Ukraine still has to do a lot of preparation to join the alliance. And one of them mentioned corruption and anti-corruption efforts.
I mean, you technically are the strongest in Middle East, right?
Ukrainian authorities. So Ukraine knows that there is a problem. And the Western partners pointing out constantly to Ukraine that despite the war and heroic effort by Ukrainian armed forces, Ukraine needs to tackle the problem of corruption, both in the army and also in the wider,
at least maybe
in the economic sphere. So it would be better for Ukrainian, European,
how would they call it?
Atlantic integration into EU.
Yeah, the strongest protected one, right? No one can start a war against you.
Problems,
there's no way to
so that it doesn't stay
harm
on the way to NATO,
Israel.
Pathway to NATO and the European Union.
Right, really well put. Does seem that there are some.
So you can choose to be poking at countries around you because, like,
thank you so much for all
who the fuck can compare to you?
Helping us unpack all these complex situation, and thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Appreciate it.
Nice.
Thank you.
And
wait, I want to see. Where's my news now? Where's my news now? Okay. Israeli lawmakers pass a key law to weaken the judiciary despite public outrage. That one. The measure prevents judges from striking down any government decisions on the basis that they are unreasonable. That means courts could be blocked from intervening in some appointments and other decisions made by elected officials, something legal experts say is currently a crucial check on political power in Israel. Was there, who knows, out of you people, was there a situation where the judges have struck down government decisions on the basis of being unreasonable? Did that happen? Do we have an example? Violence is bad? Yeah, I think it depends. I think the last year and a half have turned me away from just, yeah, do I want to say mindless pacifism? I think I'm turned away from that. Violence can be justified. Court is now barred from overruling the national government using the legal standard of reasonableness, a concept that judges previously used to block ministerial appointments and contest planning decisions. Did they? That would be great to hear, like, when it happened. Current situation has the courts abusing their power to strike down any political thing the government wants to do due to their own political ideas. So you're saying the courts have been not chosen fairly and the courts are actually opposition to the government? What political things did they strike down? Doch, it is. Search. I want to see examples of when it has been used. Let's see this, and let's take 2022. Okay, we have someone complaining on it. Let's see that. What you need to know. Okay, do you have examples for me? No, no. No, not really. Maybe this one? It was found unreasonable that religious Zionist Jews operate acceptance committees to maintain distinctly homogeneous small communities. But it is reasonable for Bedouin and Arabs to operate acceptance committees because they are considered distinct. Oh. Oh shit, clicked on the wrong one. Barring Palestinian representatives from running in general directions. Holy shit. Hey yo, Slippers, how's life going? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Oh, how many laws were struck down? Let me see, let me see. Wait, what do I understand? A clause in the national insurance law which disqualified a person owning or using a vehicle from a receipt of income support benefits. So, oh shit, I need to boost it. Sorry, damn. It was quiet before. I was told it was quiet, and now I was told it was loud, and now it is quiet. But thank you, thank you. I ordered a camera too, but it should be here next weekend. So I wanted to get the proper one this weekend, and then it turns out that you need to order it. Oh, it's better, nice. You need to order it because it needs to come from the capital to my city location. So then, you know, I had to order it. So next weekend, my boyfriend's gonna come here and he's going to set it up. So I'm kind of hyped for that. I'm a bit hyped for that one. Eligibility of localities or tax rebates of localities is unconstitutional. I've got no idea what they want. Multi-asset taxation. What the hell? Repealing Amendment 7, which grants the state immunity from compensation claims from Palestinians injured by security forces. Supreme Court accepted the petition and declared the law as null and void because it disproportionately infringes on the right to integrity of the body, of life and of property, and on the equality protected by the Basic Law. Or religion and state. High Court of Justice ruled that a section of the budget law that guaranteed minimal income allowances to Kollel students, which is an institution for Torah studies for married men, is a disproportionate violation of the principle of equality, since the budget only covers Kollel students. The decision stated, the fact that Kollel students are members of a unique community that defines Torah studies as an essential part of their identity cannot justify violating the basic equality of all citizens of the state. I can see that one. I can see that one. Israeli Student Union petitioned the High Court of Justice against a government decision regarding a budget clause providing Yeshiva Kollel students with a 5-year scholarship, and they accepted the petition. No. Oh, freedom of expression. Expanded panel of High Court of Justice determined that a clause in the boycott law that provides compensation without proof of damage is disproportionate. The clause allowed the court to charge anyone who calls for a boycott of the State of Israel with compensation not dependent on damage. At the same time, the High Court of Justice unanimously approved the clauses related to administrative sanctions that allow for the Minister of Finance to impose by force the law on anyone who publishes a boycott call on the State of Israel. Too long. Revoked the agreement set out in Prevention of Infiltration Law, which allows the detention of infiltrators, asylum seekers with no legal status in Israel for a period of 3 years, on the grounds that this arrangement is unconstitutional, inasmuch as it contradicts the right to liberty enshrined in the Basic Law. Okay. Government feels like the court controls them and doesn't let those who were chosen by the people operate. But then the people did protest against the court being weakened, right? Oh, in Russia the church is used to brainwash idiots, that's it. Kirill is a KGB agent himself, and his point is to get Russian grandmothers, grandfathers to support the war. So they kind of operate on trashy existence. Seems very confusing though. Yeah, sure you can. Sure you can. You can be a person of any nationality in any country. The question is, how will you be treated? And that's like, But like the protests aren't likely to change anything, right? So the law has passed, and I imagine you will not have enough protesters to try and overthrow it, right? That's kind of how I'm. What I'm interested in a way. Are there enough people protesting? When they say Israelis protest, do they mean like most of fucking Israel is protesting? Do they mean like a huge number of people is protesting? Do they mean like protests we're having in Serbia right now? Or do they say Israelis protesting and it's like when people say Russians are protesting and it means there's one person with one paper in one square of one city for 15 minutes being like, girl, I hate the Russian government, and then they go home and that's it. That's kind of what I'm interested in. By the way, I have stuff to show you. I've saved a lot of links, mostly on stuff related to Russia and Ukraine, but still, okay, fucking based. There have been a lot of news during the weekend. A lot of them not really good. A lot of them not really proper at all. Russians did protest against Girkin's arrest. Holy shit, fuck that man. Fuck that man so much. I'm so happy he got arrested though. I'm so fucking happy he got arrested. Have you seen the Western media reporting on him? New York Times wrote a... do I have it saved? They wrote a story on him. Actually, when I say they, I mean a Russian they have as part of their writing team. He called him a critic of Putin's regime. Yeah, critic of Putin's war effort. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Laughable, fucking laughable. Here it is. Russia detains Igor Girkin, a critic of Putin's war effort in Ukraine. What do you mean? You mean a convicted war criminal? Is that not what you wanted to say? A critic of Putin's war effort in Ukraine. Oh. And then people are claiming that like the next sentence is actually showing you that he supports the war, but he doesn't support the way the war is being done, which is absolutely a lie. The arrest was a sign that Russia was clamping down further on dissent, even among prominent nationalists. This does not at all mean that, nor imply that Girkin is criticizing the government, in that Girkin is against the way that the war effort was being done, which is rather inefficiently and allowing for a lot of Russians to die. This is not what it is supposed to signal to you. It's supposed to signal that, hey, this man can be redeemed because he is a critic of Putin's war effort. And people read the headline and they go, oh, Girkin is against the war, when he is the man who started it. He's the man who literally put it into motion. Fuck Girkin. Like most people going to read past the headline anyway. That's true. But then, like, the fact that the sentence after the headline is so stupid, and yet I see people constantly screenshot it to be like, yeah, the headline is stupid, but look at this sentence right under it where they explain everything, and they explain nothing. Okay, that one should have been like, oh yeah, the arrest was a sign that Girkin is a piece of shit, which is something that we knew before because he is a convicted war criminal. But also, to be fair, I fully believe this man got arrested because his depression was making too many people happy. There's no other reason I see right now to take him down. It is because this piece of shit was so sad around and he was so depressed about the way that Russian attacks are going that he collected people around him who were celebrating the fact he is sad. And then Russia was like, we're not too happy about this. We're not too happy about people gloating over our man being a piece of shit and also looking at his own military crumble. We need to silence him. That was why he was arrested, nothing else. Hey yo, Salamander, how's life? Washington Post experts on Eastern Europe are Russians. Yeah, this one is specifically Russian too, right? I know people have figured out who he is. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Ah, who the hell knows? I know he is a Russian, so... Oh, what do you mean? Who is Girkin? Bittenberg. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who is Girkin though? You're at work? I hope it's going well. I hope it's going well. I just finished my shift. I've had a shift for today, a few hours ago. I'm trying to figure out how to keep existing as a person while I'm working my normal shift and then trying to live stream regularly. For some reason, it's kind of hard and I don't know what it is. Like, I get really sleepy really early, but it feels like I'm sleeping enough, so I don't know what's wrong with me. It will soon be illegal to show the Palestinian flag, really? Oh damn, that decision could have been recognized as unreasonable by some court that, you know, you probably wish you had in power. Hey yo, Kim has life. Hey ya. Bernie Sanders? I don't even know what Bernie does. MH17? No. As far as I know, no. No one cares about MH17 at this point. So... illegal to use the word unreasonable. Well, that is quite unreasonable. How am I supposed to comment on the law itself if I can't use that word? Can I just call it stupid? I'm gonna call it stupid. That's going to be my go-to word from right now. Bye, I need to show you my links, okay? I saved a bunch of links and then also I saved a bunch of videos. So we'll see where we will go first. Actually, Vlad Vexler had something about Girkin and I didn't see it. But I guess you people did see it. Did you see this on Top Sense? I probably saw this on Top Sense.
Just a tiny casual chat today and I put up a silly title as a provocation into something that we all half know but are perhaps inclined to forget. And that's that when somebody like Mr. Girkin makes logical connections in the way he talks about the prosecution of the war and the incompetence of various bits of the Putin regime or the Russian state, that all makes sense to us. But as soon as it comes to Mr. Girkin justifying the war, you don't see logical connections, you begin to see magical thinking outside of cause and effect. Certainly there are some background beliefs there, such as Ukraine doesn't exist. But what is your justification for the war, Mr. Girkin? Right? And we've talked about how a very tempting bucket for Russian soldiers who might question what they're doing there is a kind of a bucket of inferred justification.
Oh.
We don't know why this is happening, but this is pretty big, and therefore there must be a good reason for it, even if we don't or can't know what it is. And Mr. Girkin, if one listens to him, doesn't give
Mr. Girkin?
His justification for the war is either absent, or it's a series of aesthetic gestures.
New Twitter, ridiculous.
Observing which gives you the feeling that what you're
Ridiculous.
witnessing is either a kind of pseudo-romantic
fucking cringe
relic who wants to push Russia
I still can't use what's the word?
And push some of the world into
Threads
the past
by Instagram. So
along the way too. Or someone who thinks that whether such a push is conceivable as a sort of realizable action, it's at least something one should embark on, and then the very act of pushing into the past. Russia and anybody else you've got to push alongside, but that very act is the best you can do as far as collective self-realization goes. And if it's impossible, then it's at least a kind of a tragic fate.
Oh.
Which is the only way, to resist what is ghastly in this world in which Russia's collective self-realization can never authentically materialize. I lived in Tonga for a while, and the king, who was old at the time, had a son who was obsessed with British imperial dress and engaged in fancy dress all the time. That's roughly Girkin's justification for the war. So I just wanted to share that, and the reason that matters is,
okay, fair.
And I'm not going to make the connection properly, but the reason that matters is that it feeds a helpful image into our sense that this is a war which has nothing to offer the world. This is an imperial project that has nothing to offer. This is an imperial project that isn't just offering some things, but also doing damage in other ways. It's a project that's...
Do you not feel like everything is a choice of God? And if Jesus was meant to stay on our place, Jesus would have stayed on our place?
Even if, for some missionary reasons, himself being a victim of magical thinking, and also for some regime security reasons, Mr. Putin does have a justification that we can reconstruct quite a bit better than Mr. Girkin's.
Okay.
But this sort of war out of magical thinking, war out of a desire to return the world to a past state that's anyway unreal, a kind of grandiose ethical nostalgia. All of that.
What does he want?
Is
he in your PMs?
And apt, right?
Cute.
For the kind of
cute,
destructive emptiness that we're witnessing. That's just a couple of brushstrokes, lots of left.
Babushkas are based, absolutely. Oh shit! Wait. I misclicked. Mr. Slavic Slav. Going to be calling him Mr. Oh yeah, he's bitching about monetary contributions. Cute. I'm doing a thing knowingly where we have links in chat for donation to Ukrainian causes. I don't really want to have a lot of links in chat for donations to me. There is one of them that pops up for my Patreon, but that's about it. Because I'm earning money, I'm okay with the cash money I've got. So, I don't really feel like I need cash. I don't need to be asking for cash, basically. I'm doing this because it's genuinely fun for me. So, I don't really think it matters. How do I say this? I don't want to seem ungrateful or anything. I would like to see in the next... How many days of work do I have left? How many days do I have left? Let me see. Oh, it's only on 20 on this one. It's actually a bit higher IRL, but I'm going to keep it low on this one, so I can be surprised when it ends a bit sooner. But, you know, as long as I'm working, I'm hoping to be investing some cash money into the stream to be able to do it nicely and to be, I don't know, kind of just proud of what I'm doing here. And that's basically my plan for right now. I'm happy. I'm happy where I am. What did I want to show you though? I had a video saved. You need to see a video, okay? You need to see a video. It's a very, very strong one. Talking about pride. Look at this dude. Where the fuck is the dude? Have you seen this? This is mayor of Odessa, Trukhanov. And Trukhanov used to be very, very pro-Russian. He is allegedly a Russian dual citizen, so we don't know whether he is or he isn't. But I did see a lot of people. Hey Kim, thank you for the sub, thank you. You didn't. I don't want for you to feel pressured. Holy shit! But thank you. Trukhanov used to be very, very pro-Russian, and people were talking about him having a Russian passport. Even now they are, because of course everyone hates the shit out of this man. And he had a really, really strong speech to Russians yesterday after they hit Odessa. And I thought it was strong.
Безумні сусіди знову випустили ракети по мирному місту. Одна людина загинула, багато поранених. Пошкоджено багато житлових будинків, пам'яток архітектури. Зруйновано Спасо-Преображенський собор. Вночі ми винесли з-під завали в Касперську ікону Божої Матері, покровительки Одеси.
Hey, Valak, thank you for the sub, thank you.
Всім постраждалим надається допомога. На місцях розгорнуті оперативні штаби. Працюють наші комунальні служби. А теперь несколько слов на русском. Специально для россиян. Если бы вы знали, как вас ненавидит Одесса. Не только ненавидит, но и презирает. Вы боретесь с маленькими детьми, с православными храмами. Да что говорить, ваши ракеты летят даже в кладбище. За эту войну вас назвали по-разному. Рашисты, орки, мрази, гниды. Но это еще ласково. Вы просто существа без рода и племени. Морали и ценностей. И без будущего. Вы очень плохо знаете нас, одесситов. Вы нас не сломаете, а лишь разозлите еще больше. Сила наших защитников, умноженная на злость и боль обычных людей, станет для вас приговором. Слава Украине!
Man, I thought it was strong. I thought it was strong as fuck. No. Very, 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 when he goes like you're just creatures without kith or kin. What is kith? I've got no idea. I'm just like, holy shit, you go, my man, hate on them. Oh yeah, of course they will not, I very much doubt they will see anything reasonable. Would I say it like that? I doubt that, but you know, still impressive. I thought it was very impressive he held a whole speech. Now Ukrainians are saying that he switched his position mostly because he wants to get re-elected, so of course our place. Oh shit, where was that link for Jesus? I wanted to check out the Jesus after we finish with Vlad. Jesus! What's going on in our place, by the way? How's Croatia standing? Did you people protect Croatia? Huh? Who protected Croatia? Who protected Croatia? I hope you all protected Croatia. Did you protect Ukraine? I hope you did, because I did. I was on Grisha's stream yesterday, and he was trying to do like a planned attack on Ukrainian part. And then I was going there to save it. Ah, look, Jesus is keeping himself safe. Jesus is doing well. Jesus is doing good. Where's my Croatia? Where are you? Where am I? Okay, Destiny is here. Pavel is here. Look at us. 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 We're doing good. We're doing good. Isn't relevant enough to be attacked. We did get attacked yesterday, but it wasn't us being attacked. There was like a whole line here drawn in green, and then we protected it. So we cleared it up rather quickly. That was good. Hey, yo, yeah. Here we are. Why do people do this? It's because it's fun. It's like you see the canvas. This is the entirety of Reddit. It's what the fuck. It's a strong thing, my dude. It's a strong thing. You know, you kind of see how the website moves. One of these is some random ass rock band that has gotten really popular. Destiny's here a few times, stuff like that. I don't know, I think it's fun. It shows you how the website moves. It shows you which communities are the strongest on it. In this situation, for example, you see Germans are really fucking strong. So most of the things going on are going on because Germans are allowing them to do so. Someone posted about Germans having like a whole Discord server to be putting pixels up, so that's kind of cute. Attacking France and pony lovers. Wait, where is Ukraine? I have to show you Ukraine. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, how cool has it gotten? How cool has it gotten? So when Grisha was streaming yesterday, they planned to draw Z right here. And then I was there chilling in his chat, and I was prepared to, what's the word? To fix it immediately when he draws a pixel. And it turns out that a million of other people also had the same exact opinion, because Grisha's chat tried to put on the Z, and it got deleted almost immediately. It didn't. First of all, they weren't really properly organized, so they didn't put it on at the same time. But then also when they tried to put it on, it just got deleted very quickly. Oh shit, yeah, where's Netherlands? Man, I don't know where I am on this goddamn... Oh, here. I never know where I am on this goddamn thing. The Netherlands. Ah! Funny. But yeah, for real. Where are the pixels even? Changing. Fucking nowhere. You know what I liked? Where's my German boys? Where's my Germans? Where's my Germans? Germans on one of theirs. On one of theirs, and I don't know which one of theirs it is. Is it this one? They had a window, but it's opened on a kip. Iskipovanie, brat. So I thought that was cute. I thought that was, oh, here it is. I thought that was cute. That was really German out of them. Really German. Euros also, fuck AFD, you know, stuff like that. I thought it was cool. Spets ist ein Hurensohn. Also kind of based. Overall, I thought they were kind of cool. I thought they were really doing well. Dix is still here, still standing strong. N7 is still here. I went to clean N7 a couple of times. But it's mostly getting, I think, like random attacks from other people trying to draw something. It's not really being targeted. Destiny doing well, didn't need too much cleaning this year. What else? Where else was I? I was also somewhere. Oh shit, yeah, boner kebab is gone. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, overall, most of us are doing well. Yeah, Grisha did try to attack. Oh shit, where is it? The Free Russia part. Free Russia and Free Belarus. Do you guys know which part I mean? What the fuck is going on here? There's a part of this. So Russian flag doesn't exist. And I know Russian flag doesn't exist because I was looking for it yesterday to fuck it up and I couldn't find it. But what we do have, here they are, is the Free Russian flag and then Free Belarusian flag. So, hey. Oh yeah, the Deep Cock is still here. They keep on trying to fix it into Deep Rock and people still make it into Deep Cock. So yeah, that's kind of good. So yeah, overall, a really good year, I think. Really good year. Some really good works of art. There was a work of art here. I don't know what it was, but I remember it being here. And now this piece of shit is covering it, and I don't know what that is. But I wish it was not there. Destiny existing. I think this is like his third appearance in this one because he's everywhere. Look at this thing. Come on. Come on, come on. Just beautiful. This year they're doing so well. Oh yeah, Canadians. Fuck, where's Canadians? Ah, shit, dude, I don't know where they are. what are they from Ukraine? But they finally... Oh, here they are. They finally got to the Maple Leaf, which is something they've been trying to do last year and never managed. So, Grisha is a live streamer who streams Hearts of Iron 4. And Grisha became well known at the start of Russian invasion because he was trying to have debates with political streamers. I had a debate with him, but it's not saved because Twitch only saves your votes for like 2 weeks, which is partially why I started live streaming. Holy shit. On YouTube too, to save the votes. But there's a really good clip of his debate that I think shows you the what I say, energy of that man. I would say energy of that man. Hot tubs? Yeah, it's because of Amaranth. It's because of Amaranth. Videos? You go videos, then you go clips. Let me show you. Educating new people on Grisha. Okay, if you don't know who Grisha is, you need to see this. Filter clips, stop all time. Look at the top one. It's this one. Going back 4 years. I know you can highlight them somehow. Like you can highlight the whole VOD and then it makes the whole VOD into kind of clip and then it saves it. I've learned that exists. I've learned about it a bit too late. I thought there was no option for affiliates. I thought it was just for partners. I'm still not sure if it's like affiliate or partner thing because, you know, I just started being on YouTube too.
European countries. What motive would they have defending Nazis? Why the... Mom. Okay.
That's Grisha, and that in the back is his mom.
What did you say about this Bucha? It's a movie. It's a movie made in 2 days after the Russian army go away.
No,
it's a fucking movie.
No, I'm sorry, you're just wrong.
For Eastern propaganda.
You have an ability to go there. Do you want to go there and see?
I can't hear.
Overall, trash raised by trash. Just what you would expect in a way. But yeah, that's Grisha. And Grisha has gotten really close to Wagner, which is the Russian paramilitary group. And then really close to Tatarsky, the Russian propagandist. If I Google Tatarsky, is it going to show me his images while he was still whole? Or am I gonna see his images while he was not? This was Tatarsky. Tatarsky is quite famous for getting blown to pieces, as is deserved. But Grisha was quite close to that man. He is quite close to Prigozhin, who is the leader of Wagner paramilitary group. Overall, little trash boy. But yeah. Send to archive. Also that. So you do have to highlight the whole clip. Wagner training Belarus Spec Ops. I've seen who made the claim that Wagner is going to try to invade Poland with the Belarusian military. I pray to the gods that it happens. I literally pray to the gods themselves, whichever one there is, that Wagner and Belarusians would be stupid enough to go and set foot in Poland. Poles would fucking obliterate them on sight, but not only that, because they would have a really good reason to just go and fuck shit up in Belarus itself. I'm praying Wagnerites are stupid enough to go and do something like that. Yeah, Poles are like, my man, itching for Article 5. If fucking Wagner tries to go and take them, that would be the funniest thing ever. Oh yeah, I saw the training videos. I saw it on Thompson's actually. Thompson was looking at it. So that's how I learned about it. NATO would be at Russian border in 24 hours. Heck yeah. Man, that would be great to see. That would be great to see. They would just like spawn straight from the ground. That's fucking amazing. I would actually love it. Wait, what did I want to show you? Show you this dude. Show you this dude. I have a bunch of dudes to show you. Have you seen Meloni? Have you seen Meloni? I need to show you Meloni. You need to see Meloni. Meloni also had a really, really strong speech. Okay, we go through strong speeches first, and then we go through the other clips. Meloni had a really good speech on dictatorships.
Guardi che è meglio vivere sotto una dittatura che morire.
Wait, 250 meters from my country? What?
E si fa strage in una
Fuckers.
parola di secoli di storia in cui libertà, democrazia e tutti i valori della nostra civiltà sono stati costruiti con il sacrificio di chi era pronto a sacrificarsi per costruirli. E si fa strage della scelta che hanno fatto Paolo Borsellino, Giovanni Falcone e quelli che hanno combattuto la mafia. Io non credo che sia meglio vivere sotto una dittatura che morire. Io penso che noi dobbiamo lavorare perché le persone possano vivere libere. Questa è la differenza tra quello che stiamo facendo noi e quello che proponete voi. Grazie.
Fucking amazing. What an amazing woman in politics. Holy shit. I love her. I love her. Also, when she's talking about them wanting not to give aid to Ukraine, and then she brings up the examples of people who have died fighting against mafia, in a way, in this example, linking Russia to mafia. Oh no. She's so strong. She is so fucking strong, and I hope she gets more chances to be loud and to be having more speeches. I hope she has more chances to be speaking her mind in the parliament. I really think she's really strong on this. Meloni is not gonna kill anyone. Meloni is fucking based. Meloni's gonna be great. Why can't they build a leaf? It reached, actually that was like a very interesting situation yesterday. I was at my boyfriend's and he's like, we're having lunch there. Holy shit, the microphone just got really loud. We're having lunch there. And he's like, hey, Vicky, look at this. Canadians managed to almost build their leaf. And the meaning I got from that sentence was, wow, let's go help them. So I went there and I was trying to fix the leaf with them. But what he was trying to say was, oh, let's go fuck it up. So like a few minutes into the lunchtime, we figured out that we were on opposing sides of this conversation. Because he was considered like, they almost built it. And I was also like, yeah, they almost got it. And we both thought the other one was on the opposing side. So I was there fixing it and he was there fucking it up. It's cute little boys though. They managed. I'm so happy they managed. Piss loves her. Great. That's okay. I'm very happy for that. As long as she's very supportive of Ukraine and she is wanting to fight, I'm happy we have her in politics. I hope she stays in politics forever. Oh. Whoa. Affecting the port infrastructure of the Danube River in the towns of Reni and Ismail, located a short distance from the cities of Galati. There are so many cities written around, and I don't know how to pronounce any. Attacks by Russian forces using Shahid 136 drones were carried out within 4 hours. As a result, Ukraine's air defense managed to shoot down 3 drones that pose a threat to the region. 6 people were injured, 4 people injured and hospitalized. One of the victims is in moderate to serious condition. Fuckers. What absolute fuckers. Grain shed was destroyed. Cargo storage tanks were destroyed. Fire broke out in one of the technical rooms, which was already extinguished. One of the ports was hit. An agricultural hangar where grains were stored was destroyed. Several types of goods were damaged. There was damage to port facilities. There is information about 3 port workers. Consequences of the attack are being investigated. Bastards. Just bastards. Pieces of shit. Italy did offer to help rebuild Odessa though. So, Italy will help Ukraine restore the Transfiguration Cathedral in Odessa and other cultural monuments destroyed by the Russians. So it's something. I don't know. We're not doing shit. I'm fucking angry. Hey, have you seen this, by the way? Irina Sietkanova is a Ukrainian who's currently in Balkans. She is with a Serb man, is what I've learned recently. She has a Serb husband. But she posted this, which is in 2012, Donetsk was proclaimed to be the richest and the most prosperous city of Ukraine.
Донецк признан самым богатым городом Украины. По мнению журнала «Фокус», именно шахтерская столица стала лучшей в стране по сумме оценок 20 факторов. В рейтинге учитывались уровень обеспеченности, средняя зарплата, расходы городского бюджета на одного жителя, уровень занятости и безработицы. В мегаполисе на каждого жителя приходится больше гостиниц, ресторанов, отделений банков. Столица Донбасса низкий уровень безработицы каждый год фиксирует увеличение количества предпринимателей.
With East, what do you
Второе
mean
место
with
в
the
рейтинге
East?
занял Киев, третье Харьков, четвертое Херсон, закрыл топ-5 Львов. Донецк признан самым богатым.
Like with the east of Russia? Hopefully allow it to crumble. Oh, Middle East. Oof. Huh. I don't even know, especially now that they have gotten rid of Wagner. I don't know how much troops they will have to spare. Yeah, I've got no fucking idea. They still need countries to be allied with them, so I'm expecting they still will keep a lot of troops in Syria, for example. But I don't know how much might they will have after this is done, and you know, most Russians have a rocket in their ass. Could respect them if they said we're taking land for strategic reasons. The Nazi stuff is just silly. I couldn't even then, because like the strategic reasons would also be I've learned recently to kind of hate on that idea too. Because even if it was for strategic reasons, I think it was what's his name? Was it Mearsheimer who was trying to do the whole realism thing, and then he was like, oh yeah, Russia actually needs to take Ukraine because it is through Ukraine that most attacks on Russia have happened in the last few years. So you know, if they want to protect Moscow, they need to take Ukraine. It's not even true. Most attacks on Moscow historically were not done through Ukraine. It's more so like through Belarus. Ukraine was not really that much of a threat. So even then, it would make no sense, which is the first thing. The second thing is that I think the idea they need land for strategic reasons implies that the rest of the world are countries willing to go invade Russia, which, you know, I don't think anyone really wants. Southern border militarized? Oh. For what reason? What do you think it would help with? So murder or terrorism? There is no penalty subscription. How come MH17 plane downing is not seen as an attack on NATO civilians, even after so many years? It's because we are pussies. It's solely because we are pussies, and we're trying not to get into a war with Russia. For some reason, I don't even know what the reason is. They're not gonna use the fucking news. Why can't we just blow them into pieces? Why can't we just do the Belgrade 1999 on them? What exactly is the reason we're not doing anything? If Russia takes the areas it occupies, Ukraine is screwed and Russia gets a lot richer? True. I mean, a lot richer. Then it makes them into the same shithole that Russia is right now. They're going to be rich for a while, until Russia, you know, brings the Russian world there properly, then they're going to be the same shitholes. So, Russian elites get richer? Yeah. I don't know. Fucking useless people. I also saved this in Lukashenko. He's claiming that Poland was preparing to attack Belarus, which, first of all, no, it wasn't. But second of all, I wish. I wish man actually feared this. I wish he actually sends troops to Belarus. I wish this piece of shit would have the balls to do that. To send the troops into Poland to try and defend Belarus. I wish. Russian nukes for not invading them? I think it's also just the fact that we kind of moved away from invading other countries. I think most of the world is trying to operate in another fashion, which is not really as primitive and brutal enough to go and invade neighboring countries, you know? I think the rest of the world is trying to do okay. He knows what will happen. It would be the funniest thing ever. It would be the funniest thing ever, my man. Can you just imagine it? They just get wiped out. Belarusian soldiers used to be there 3 seconds ago. Where are they now? Everywhere, my man. Luka is worried Putin will give West Ukraine to Poland if the war goes forward. Oh, that is such a stupid little belief too. Yeah. I remember Putin himself talked about it. How he fears that Poland wanted to go and grab a part of Ukraine. What a stupid thing to say. I don't know. Like you're leading a primitive nation, so you think every other nation is primitive too. Smells like projection, my dude. Extreme defense impostering, using a term like strategic reasons makes whomever using the term in this context Russia look weak and scared. Yeah, that too. Roasted sunflower seeds, nice. Holy shit, it actually sounds good. This beer says the following: take these seeds and put them in your pockets so at least sunflowers will grow when you all lie down here. Did you mistakenly get a crate of beer meant to go to Russian troops? Because it sounds like that's what you did. Man, I wish NATO could actually I wish NATO could fundraise for that. I wish we could fundraise for some shit vodka to send it to Russian troops. To just like chunk it out with drones. Just get them drunk as fuck. Talking about NATO, I have a NATO video I need to see. Where is it? Also, I have a cartoon you need to see. I have a lot of things you need to see today. Holy shit. But this one. Beer made in honor of Ukraine. Nice. Oh, nice. Look at us. Yeah, Putin unironically thinks Poland wanted the west of Ukraine. They think Poland was... He is trying. There's actually a really good interview on this. Not an interview, an article. But I'm not sure how much I want to show it on stream, because it's really fucking sad. But it's the one on... Wait, let me try to find this. I shared it in Discord. I shared it in Discord. Did I share it on Discord? I wanted to share it on Discord. Here it is. This one. Here it is. This one. It's on Vakulenko. So you probably remember his pictures. He looked very memorable. So I think you know who that is. This one. He was killed by Russians when they occupied his village. There's an article written on him, and the article was written with help of Victoria. How's her last name? Always mess up her last. Amelina. This one. Victoria Amelina. She was also killed by Russians. Both of them were killed by Russians. But there's this part in the article. So basically what happened is he was killed by Russians. But before he was taken by Russian soldiers, he took his diary and he buried it in his backyard. So Russians wouldn't be able to find it. And Victoria did find it when she came to his house to do, an interview with his parents and to learn more about him. She found it. And in it, he described how Russians do their occupation of villages. And basically what happened is they would roll their tanks into the village. And then when they rolled into the village, they would pretend to be saviors. They would make up propaganda about being the ones actually saving you. Even though they came with tanks, they came with weapons. They are taking your people to be questioned, and they're beating them up, and then they're taking some of them and never bringing them back to you again. They were pretending to be saviors anyways. At one point, he talks about how they had a hanging out by the fire, he and his family, and few occupiers just came to chill by the fire too, and they talked about how they were rebuilding Ukrainian society, stuff like that, the usual bullshit. But they were pretending to be saviors. And it's the same thing Putin is doing, with now claiming that he had to go and invade Ukraine, because if he didn't go and invade Ukraine, then Poland would go and invade it. He had to save Ukrainians from Poland, from those evil Poles trying to go and invade. It's a stupid thing to say to a normal person. But Russians are really well used to pretending to be saviors. And, a lot of Russian society is indeed stupid enough to fall for that bullshit. What is that? Oh? Estonia's best-known war refugee acted in the interest of Russia? What? What? Who the fuck is that? Oh, she became a celebrity. Huh? So wait, she worked to increase Russia's influence in Ukraine before the invasion, but then the invasion started and she ran away, and now she's playing the victim? Thank you, Putin. You are my best comrade. You are my savior from Poland. La la la. You can make the madness in Israel end quickly. How? Is this like what Trump is doing with I could make the war end immediately? How? I don't know. But I would. Evil Poland. Hey, have you seen this one, by the way? I need to show you this one before I show you the other one on NAIF I wanted to show you. But have you seen this one? Because it's the new one.
Коллективная ответственность за что? Мы вне политики, и нам вообще плевать, что происходит. Виноваты те, кто поддерживал эту войну. А мы-то здесь при чем? Мы невиновные жертвы пропаганды и не несем никакой ответственности. Виновата во всем она. Мы просто выполняли свою работу и следовали методичке. Мы же никого не убивали. Виноваты те, кто воюет. Конечно же, мы не хотели грабить, убивать. Мы просто исполняли приказы. Виноваты те, кто их отдавал. Мы вообще не хотели начинать войну. Мы просто исполняли волю Верховного Главнокомандующего. Что? Постойте.
Что?
Я не виноват. Чертов двойник, чуть страну не угробил. Ну что ж, а теперь, когда все виновные понесли наказание, пора строить прекрасную Россию будущего. И никаких репараций Украине.
Oh man, I've started hating Navalny's team more and more and more. I'm getting more annoyed by their existence every single day as it passes. But hey, Yodo, look at this. Yeah, that was Putin. That was Putin.
Hi guys, I'm back in Kiev. This is new convoy, and we have been bringing.
Look at this.
205 NAFO trucks to Ukraine. It's just unbelievable. This is the biggest convoy we ever had. It is crazy. We had to basically drive in 2 groups, but yeah, I think that in that moment, Ukraine is clearly doing some huge activity on the front line, and we have to push maximum to bring
The
as much
biggest
help as
convoy so far.
so Ukraine can push more and more actively.
Oh shit, I wanted to just play this one. Fair. Biggest convoy so far. Come on, come on, come on. Look at him!
So what's the unit, what you do, and what this car will be used?
All right, so this car is going to 135 Territorial Defense Brigade.
Why don't we have
just got
proper
back,
English?
With our deployment to Donbass, we were actually holding the nest in Bakhmut until the very end. The final 14-hour battle for us was essentially precipitated the final withdrawal of our unit from Bakhmut. So these guys, they're Territorial Defense Brigade, which is a fairly new arm of the Ukrainian armed forces.
USA.
They did a great job. You know, we didn't lose but a few guys, and we put up a huge fight against the Russians. So they're a new unit, and we did a great job, and we're going to be going other places very soon. We're getting our status upgraded, and we're going to be getting more equipment to go bring more fight to the Russians.
But you have been now here 1 year. What's the biggest change that happened when you arrived here?
I don't know how you people recognize camo
that's a great
designs.
question. So, look, last year was chaos.
How do you know which is which?
That still precipitates
Is there like
to
a
now, but most of everybody understands
a
what
list?
the organization is doing around the entire Ukrainian military. Most of everybody is much better
Yeah,
organized.
very
And I will
autistic.
say, in any conflict, the first year is always chaos. You guys have organized this very rapidly, right? And I think you limited your losses from that kind of chaos very well.
Because, like, I remember, you know what it reminds me of? When, oh, when was it? Who claimed? Who was it? Wagneritz, were it? I don't know if you remember, but they filmed a video in which they claimed that there were bodies. No, it wasn't Wagneritz. It was when Belgorod region was attacked by Russians. You remember that? So Belgorod gets attacked by Russians, and then Russians claim that they killed all the invaders. And they show a bunch of corpses, but the corpses have Russian camo patterns and not Ukrainian ones. And this is how people figured out that the Russians are lying, and they just like took a pictures of a bunch of people in a camo, and that's it. Yeah, there was because people were debating, and I felt really stupid because I didn't know what is Russian and what is not. I didn't know the difference in camos. But also these days we've been getting there's like a military meetup close to me, and I'm seeing lots of people in casual military gear, and I actually noticed differences between different patterns that I haven't noticed before. So like pixel one, for example, there were people wearing those pixel ones, and I've never really noticed them until recently because I saw them IRL and I was like, whoa, they're actually like, it's obviously different from these other ones, you know, it's very obvious. And usually I was just like, it all looks the same on videos, but it doesn't. So I wish there was like a list of all of them so I could know which is which. Oh, it's called digital? Ah, makes sense. I wish another Belgorod strike happens. I wish we see Belgorod fighting for independence once more. They struck targets right next to the Romanian border for the first time. They're going to get fucked right in the ass. Right in the ass. I hope not a single person in your countries gets harmed by these attacks, but I do hope one of these flies into like a field or some shit. Because NATO would fuck them up in like half an hour. Yeah, it's the same video, right? It's the same video. That would be, oh, the funniest thing ever, my dude. The funniest thing ever. It wasn't a major offensive, it was surprising to not see corpses. The corpses were there when Russians, if you remember, at first they claimed that they destroyed all the invaders. And if you remember those, oh fuck, there were those images. You remember the ones that were like clearly set up of like trucks that Russians supposedly destroyed when the Belgorod raid was happening? But there were no tire markings or anything on the ground. So it was obvious that like the trucks were just there for who the fuck knows how long of time. Some of them were burned, and then after them already being burned and destroyed, symbols were drawn on them. So they just got all the destroyed trucks and painted symbols just over them being destroyed. To claim that they destroyed the invaders going into Belgorod. But they haven't, because the invasion on Belgorod has been happening for days later. Yeah, bullshit, yeah. But in that bullshit, one of these bullshit things was them claiming that they killed the invaders. And they shown what was supposed to be corpses. But the corpses were not wearing Ukrainian camo, they were wearing Russian camo. So people were already like, Like, were these Russians invading us? You said it was Ukrainians. But if it was Russians, why are they wearing Russian camo? Huh? And then the video was just gonna shunned into being forgotten. Twitter videos and X videos. Oh, incredibly stupid redesign. He planned nothing about this. The idiot literally planned nothing about this. He's incredibly stupid. Someone asked him, like, what's gonna happen now with, like, retweets? Is it gonna be re-X's? Like, how do you remove tweet out of Twitter? And he was like, oh yeah, well, we're going to need to think this out. Like, bro, you should have thought it out before introducing that stupid new logo. Which, by the way, looks stupid. Have you seen the logo? Have you seen the way it looks? Because it looks cheap. It looks cheap. It looks like it's a live stream by some random 12-year-old from Balkan region playing CSGO. It looks like shit. It just, and not only does it look like shit, by the way, but he got the logo. I don't know if you've seen it, but he took the usual logo and then he put some shit-ass filter over it. And then what he did is he blacked out the bird and he just put X over where the bird was. Which is why on the logo itself, now that you know to look for it, you will look for it. You will notice that, like, the pattern in the back, how it's like scratched out or whatever, it stops at the outline of the bird. Because the bird was there and then he blacked it out and just put X over the whole thing. It's a shit design. I don't know what he's going to do with, like, all the tweet things connected to Twitter. I'm hoping Threads by Instagram comes into power in European Union soon, so I can kind of switch to that one before Musk completely shits all over Twitter. Fired all the proper workers, that do. Who's gonna be working for you, Elon? No one. Oh shit, no, not this. Have you heard this?
Европарламент, сборище говорящего дерьма, выпустил резолюцию. Они нас похищение детей обвиняют. Хотят арестовать. Как я хочу посмотреть, чтобы Урсулиха фон дер Ляля корчилась с куском беспилотника в глотке, чтобы через эту глотку хлестала кровь, и она дрыгала своими грязными кочерышками, умоляя о помощи. Но Боррель не поможет, потому что он тонет в собственной блевоте и испражнениях, пытаясь собрать в себя свои кишки, которые ему вырежут разорвавшиеся кассетные бомбы. Вы не людь! Вы тварье! И сколько бы вы ни пустили невинных детей на мясо ради живой косметики в своих поганых ритуалах, сколько бы вы ни продлевали свои никчемные жизни, вы сдохнете в страшных муках. Ирода детоубийцу жрали черви и глисты. Заживо вы будете громко визжать, как свиньи, и вас никто не услышит, никто и никогда. Иммигранты изнасилуют ваши трупы.
Holy shit, that was just going on. He was just going on. Well, a just human being. Holy crap! Russian military. The status of Russian military is that Putin recently had to up the age to send people to the front line. So for like he added 5 years basically to the age you can be sent to the front, or as a reserve. I'm pretty sure it was as a reserve. But yeah, the state status of Russian military is that it's trying. Slav TV presenters are imagining themselves cutting out people's throat and holding up their head while going oh la la. To be fair, it's just Belarus and Russia, okay? We're not really doing this on many of our other TV stations. That's a lie. Serbia is doing that. Serbia, Belarus and Russia. Okay, most of the other ones are normal. Huh? I am banned on Skada stream. I don't even know why I'm banned on Skada stream. I didn't say anything there. I'm just banned. I think he fears me. I think he's a little pussy boy. Pretty funny that Denmark is the prime F-16 donor and is training all the UX. Heck yeah. Thank you, Denmark. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, Denmark. European Union can handle it. European Union can handle it. Tallinn. I've never actually seen images of Tallinn. Oh! Oh! Oh. My bro, the question is, where are all the people? And the answer is inside, where they're supposed to be. There is no better feeling than being outside in a city and not seeing a single soul around. Beautiful. Old town of Tallinn. I was supposed to go there every year as a kid. What, really? Bro, it looks good though. It looks good. I don't know. I mean, okay, I guess yeah, for you it's like we had a chatter here from Italy. He still is around, he just works, so he's not really here often. Stormy. He's amazing. He was one of my best viewers ever. Like when I was still streaming gaming and I would just be here like playing some stupid games, he was always in the chat. But I remember he was always complaining because every single year he had to go to it was southern Italy, and he was always bitching about having to go to these dreamy little villages in southern Italy because he hated going there to meet family. And I just remember being like, dude, I would fucking love to go there. I would love to go there. What do you mean? Why are you complaining? I would cry of happiness to be able to go there and you're bitching about it. But you know, it's I guess different when you're having to do it and then compared to when you want to do it. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Southern Italy? How is it? Stormy was always bitching about going there. He was always like, nah, I don't want to go there. They have worse internet. I don't like this. I don't like this. 45 degrees Celsius. It's 33 here. I'm fucking dying. We're supposed to have a big rain on Wednesday, and then the temperature is supposed to fall down. So I can't wait for that. 45 though. Oh, and Navalny supporter Estonia exists thanks to Russia. I've heard the same thing about Ukraine by Kremlin propagandists. If not for Peter I, there would be no Estonia even now. I don't even know what they're trying to do, Navalny supporters. I don't even know what's their point. I don't know what's the worth of their existence. Same actually, you know what I'm thinking about? You know how Navalny's entire family is worthless? Same thing with Girkin's wife. Have you seen Girkin's wife? Have you seen that woman? Her husband gets fucking arrested. What does she do? She bitches on Telegram for a while. She goes, come here. My husband was taken, I don't know where he is. And then she just keeps on posting bullshit on Telegram, and that's it. She did nothing. She was literally like, yeah, he was taken. Let me chill during my weekend. 38. It's at 38 on the pharmacy outside in the morning. Holy shit. Sicily reached 48. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. Navalny supporters? Navalny supporters don't care about the war. The war is not their priority. Navalny supporters care about wanting Navalny to be leading the Kremlin regime instead of wanting Putin to it. They do not care about anything else. There is no proper opposition in Russia. Navalny supporters want to remove person at the head of the regime, but don't really care about removing the regime itself. Because of this, they are not against Russian imperialism, and they are not against this invasion itself. Kirkin was my husband, I'd rather post cast memes too. Okay, yeah, that too. She was like, oh, I finally got rid of him. Hey guys, my husband is gone. You wanna come and follow my OnlyFans? Oh yeah, Israel. Israel is, as of today, I hear, officially a dictatorship because basically the government removed the powers of the court. So court can no longer calm down the unreasonable decisions made by the government. Pro-invasion of Georgia, Russian ownership of Crimea, yeah, that too. And his team is too, and I think his team needs to be brought into the light too, because I think Navalny himself, as much as he was a piece of shit, I do think there's a possibility Navalny might have had, I don't want to say a change of mind, because I don't really think he changed his mind. But I do think there's a possibility he might have had a change in how he comments on these things. He might have gotten smarter, he might have actually started using his brain, and because of this he has now learned that he needs to be condemning Russian imperialism, which was a good decision, so props to him for having a brain to decide on that. But what else do I want to say? I am not too happy about his team or Girgin's team. I don't know. It seems like both of the men have more balls in their team. It sucks to say because I think both men are despicable. And I think both of them do support Russian imperialism, but at the same time they have way more balls in their entire team, you know, brought together. I completely lost where I was on this. I saw a link then. I was like, oh, slip of conscience. Oh, maybe that, maybe that. Oh, we got the identities? Men suspected to have committed war crimes? All of them are servicemen of the 1st Platoon of the 37th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade of the 36th Combined Arms Army of the Russian Federation. Holy shit, that was a long thing to read. Carried out punitive raids in the village of Motizhin, Bucha district. They opened fire on 2 passenger cars with civilians. 6 Ukrainians died then. The death orders were given by the commander of the department, Lieutenant Alexander Ribas. These are who followed his instructions. Shit. We got the identities. We got the identities. Am I allowed to go further down? I don't think I am. There's a new drone video. Who here is a Twitter user? There's a new drone video and I'm really scared that if I scroll too much down, I'm going to see the new drone video. It is very not safe for work. It is very, very, very not safe for work. And I really, really, really don't want to be witnessing it. They thought they could bomb peaceful, sleeping cities with impunity. Ooh, Liberty of Russia Legion! And when the natural response is to hit military infrastructure, they complain about terrorism. Even the pantsers they put on the roof of the Ministry of Defense didn't help repel the strike. If the world's notoriously best air defense system cannot even protect ministry buildings, what can we say about the protection of residential areas? What defense are we talking about? All they can do is attack and retreat, pelting the enemy with cannon fodder. The war started by Putin's accomplices in Ukraine first hit Russians morally, then economically, and now threatens real destruction and deaths even in Moscow. Air defense will not save Russia. Active offensive will not save Russia. If we want to live, we need to stop the war. And this is the only correct solution. Oh, I'm hoping to see more drones. I've been donating to drones recently. I've been really, really angry several nights. Someone asked, by the way, in chat recently, did I spend all of my money? Unironically, yes. My first paycheck, to be fair, I got half, because I worked half a month for the first month. My first paycheck, yeah. It's gone at this point. I spent part of it on the little things that we needed to buy around the house, chunk of it on donating, and now a chunk on a camera, and that's it. So it's gone. I'm really happy for donating part, and I'm hoping to be donating a lot more. Hey yo DV, how's life going? How's work going? How are you liking it? The drone video is a dude getting his, I don't know how much in detail I wanna go, but there's a dude and he gets blown open. You probably, I don't know how bad of videos you're seeing. I saw it just before the stream, and the account which posted it they censored it and they said they will delete it in an hour because it's not really Twitter friendly. I guess Twitter friendly. Deep cow stream watching. Biden. The fact that he didn't deny news about separate negotiations between Putin's appeaser, Burns, and Russia only confirms that. I don't think it was... I have two things. The first one is that I don't think it's surprising that America is a pussy country and that they really, really don't want to get into a war. America is a superpower, not like a Russia being, you know, a pretend superpower. America actually is a superpower. I understand that as a superpower, you need to make decisions while being aware of how you are influencing countries around you. And I am certain that it didn't surprise too many people to learn that America has tried to negotiate with Russia separately. I don't know what they could have offered to Russia in these negotiations, maybe not allowing Ukraine into NATO. I don't really know what USA could have given to Russia. I don't really know what they could have offered, which is possibly why the negotiations didn't work in the first place. But I don't think it's surprising that they tried to contact Russians and tried to have some sort of a conversation with them. My bigger problem is that it feels like we keep on complaining about what America is doing. And again, they are a superpower, I am aware of that. Because of this, we demand they do enough of what we expect from a superpower. But at the same time, I wish Europe itself had more balls. And I wish we were faster to act without waiting for USA. And that really disappoints me. The whole thing, which is like, oh, USA betrayed Ukraine in this way, you know? And like, it did. But also, what did we do about it? What did we do about it? What did Europe do? Because Ukraine right now is defending Europe. Ukraine is defending us. What did we do? We did nothing. We're just bitching about USA not doing enough, or USA doing weird things. And we still have a lot of weapons in our garages just collecting dust. And we still have a lot of money in European Union being blocked by Hungary because we're still allowing them to block it. Let's be real on this. It's not that we couldn't have found a mechanism to stop them from doing their bullshit. It's that we didn't really push for it, did we? So I think we should get used to blaming ourselves a lot more. I think it would help us to take the main spot in this. I really think we need to improve our governments. Boris? Nah, Boris was based. Boris was based on hating Russians. Boris was amazing on that. Terrorist attack a fucking bridge. No, there was no deal. That's bullshit. The deal never existed. The mysterious deal Johnson stopped, it never existed. There was no deal at all. They literally just made up a fucking deal. Inertia of expansion that pushed the US to accept Ukraine and Georgia into NATO harmed American interests. Ignoring the historical ties of these countries with Russia and Moscow's protests fundamentally damaged US-Russian relations. My view is that, I'm trying to find words to say it without sounding too Russophobic. I think it's okay to damage your relations with a country if a country in question is a genocidal piece of shit. I think it's okay to not have good relationships with them. I think it's okay to not listen to them. I think it's okay for your only conversations with them to be reminding them that you're going to smoke the fuck out of their asses if they dare to try their neighbors. I think it's okay. I don't think we should be crying over demolishing relations with Russia. I think we should be celebrating it. I think Russia, in the state it is right now, is not a country that anyone normal should be having a strong relationship with. It should be isolated, it should be ignored, it should be silenced, and it should be left to rot on its own. No, we shouldn't attack it. We shouldn't have business with them, though. We should not have business with them, we should not have trade with them, we should not listen to their demands, we should not listen to their diplomacy. We should not be allowing them to be represented in normal world until they change their regime. As long as they want to remain a shithole, they should be allowed to remain a shithole. That's how I see it. Oh yeah, sanctioning. Basically, that's what I did. That's what I think stopping trade with them would be, right? It's like sanctions. Don't allow them to use your banks. Don't allow them to use your trade routes. Don't allow them to import your resources. They can stay in their shithole if they like being shit. They can stay there. I think it's okay to damage your relationship with them fully. I don't think it's a tragedy we destroyed our relationship with Russia, especially because while we were very desperate about keeping a relationship with Russia, Putin was doing butchering. Putin was doing butchering still. Like, we were trying so hard to do business with them. We were trying so hard to build more gas pipelines with them. We were trying so hard to keep the trade going with them. We literally, bro, they paid for Le Pen to be engaged in politics. They paid for her candidacy as a president. We allowed it. We were just okay with it. Our politicians went to Crimea after Russia invaded Crimea. We were trying so hard to pretend Russia is a country that deserves a place in the normal world. And all they did with that is they did more butchering, and they did more invasions, and they did more killings. If you ask me, we should have crumbled the relationship with them a long time ago. We should have stopped any communication with the shithole years ago. Should have stopped all the trade, should have stopped getting their resources, cut them off, and that's it. They want to be a shithole, let them be a shithole. So, I'm not... You know, when Burns goes, I think when Burns says that USA-Russia relationship was destroyed, I think he sees it as in a different way than I see it. We Europeans were comfy to let USA police the world, and it had a secondary motive to keep European countries, which are many and close to each other, who would not have to arm themselves, as that would make chances to be another European war likely. Yeah. True. That too. No, Russians are not sanctioned to the end of Earth. They still are not. They will be, hopefully soon, but they still are not. Nowhere close. The sanctions are not nowhere close to enough. Hey, good luck, Cygnus. Good luck. Russia wouldn't have invaded if they expected a strong response from the West. Absolutely, they wouldn't have the balls to do it. They dared to do it because we were cowards before. Bricks. Learning the alphabet. So it is X now. Great. Where there is X, there is V and Z. Medvedev, what an absolute idiot. What an absolute idiot. Wait, what was the Europe conversation, by the way? Oh? Canada sent another old as hell frigate over to Europe. 2 of these naval vessels are Canada Navy Band-Aids. What? Trump was right about European defense and energy policy, and everybody laughed at him. To be fair, I think people laughed at Trump for other reasons. I think people laughed at Trump for other things, but also he was based on some things. He did say, I know he had a speech in which he said that it's unfair that USA is spending so much money into military to reach the 2% minimum as a NATO country, but at the same time, that he says Swedes are sitting on their fat asses, not contributing anything to military at all. I think it was something like that. BRICS doesn't control itself, my dude. BRICS doesn't exist. BRICS ain't a thing. Finland. I'm happy about Finland being in NATO. I'm very, very happy about Finland being here. Being a part of the alliance.
Ми обороняли, виходить, правий берег Маріуполя і 15 травня.
Salty, you are aware that two BRIC member countries literally every few weeks go up into the mountains and beat each other up with sticks, right? BRICS is not a thing.
Під час прориву на Азовсталь попали під артобстріл, де втратив руку, і потім вже мої побратими мене евакуювали на госпіталь на Азовсталі. Після Азовсталі ми потрапили до полону на колонії Єленівки, і ходить, я потрапив до першої черги обміну.
Okay.
What is your role now? You are training or you active combat?
Зараз займаюся аналітикою у штабі полку та допомагаю чим можу.
Internal stuff?
Exactly, biggest problem is they are the best in the
You
mining.
mean when you say Sweden internal stuff, you mean the burning of Quran thing? Or what else is that? I don't know what else is that. They are getting in though, so haha. But I think there's nothing else going on about that. I'm drinking, it's some juice, it's some like lime juice. I needed something very, very cold. It's not cold anymore though, so that's kind of sad. I might need to go and grab some ice. Maybe that. Hey, yo, Bopal! I like the idea of gold currency, but unfortunately there is Russia, which I do not like. And Vicky ruins this illusion. I'm sorry. No, I don't even know. Look, I don't know economy enough to know how I feel about a currency based on the worth of gold. I'm not sure how much I can comment on stuff like that. I'm not really an economy nerd, you know. I'm not a loser. I have a life. I have friends. I have a relationship. I don't really know how that shit works. You're gonna need to find some bigger losers than I am to talk about that shit. What I do know is that we are currently doing good and BRICS currently ain't doing that good. So that tells me all I need to know. Euro's fucking based. Made juice.
This first weeks was showing that it's extremely difficult to get through from the minefields because you have drones, you have artillery and so on. Is it?
Yes, it's a problem. It's a very big problem that багато територій заміновано, і причому протипіхотними, протитанковими мінами. Це велика проблема.
Probably you saw the video when our soldier like move on from the car.
Yes.
On the
I saw this.
jump.
This is unbelievable.
Oh shit, yeah.
Stab on the mine on the knee and lost his leg.
Yes.
So this,
it was medics.
yeah.
I know it was soldier actually. Yeah.
This always happened to the people, to the techniques. So this is the big problem for us.
Bro, straight on. Straight fucking on. He's okay, by the way, in case you're wondering. He's okay, he's alive, he survived. Just... I don't know. People lived with it for centuries. Dollar was gold until everybody started asking gold and Americans said, haha, lol, no gold. To be fair, for centuries though, we had less complex economy systems, especially internationally, than we do right now. So that's kind of why I'm not really... I don't think I know enough about it, you know? I don't think we needed the same situation economically as we need right now to keep everything stable. Yeah, Sweden, basically Sweden is... Sweden really values their free speech laws. So Sweden doesn't want to make it illegal to burn Quran, and because of this Turkey is angry, because Turkey, you know, gets personally offended by the act of Quran burning. So they had some spats over that. That's what happened. Tito would have been making NFTs to get losers from other countries to buy them so Yugoslavia could get more money. Tito would be the one creating them. I need to be making NFTs of like Tito. Gonna be making NFTs of Tito. Who wants to buy an NFT of Tito? It's a PNG, tiny small one. It's gonna cost you I don't know, a couple of millions at most. Not too much.
Піхота. Перед тим там обов'язково повинен пропрацювати інженер, саме сапер.
I don't know how you make NFT.
Росіяни, москалі, які б
Gonna Google how to make NFT.
по-любому зашивають. Ну, зашиваються, мається на увазі, зашивають будь-які можливі шляхи підходу наші. Вони так само вже не такі дурні, як би нам хотілося. Сапери, вони більш досвідчені в плані мінування, замінування території. У нас є всі засоби для того, щоб зробити це максимально швидко і максимально ефективно, щоб потім піхота, грубо говоря, пішла і вона не понесла втрат. Ми з собою завжди носимо щуп і носимо металодетектор. Це воно працює в тандемі, в парі. Відповідно, якщо ми фіксуємо металодетектором якийсь предмет, ми щупом передивились, перевірили, вирішили, що це таке, наклали шашку, знищили, пішли далі. За день роботи ми можемо розмінувати порядка 1500 мін, там, я не знаю, ну, в залежності саме боєприпасів. Ну, як яка територія, наскільки вона була важлива для замінування, відповідно, там стільки мін.
What is your unit most needing?
Системи дистанційного розмінування.
Добровник
у наших західних друзів є багато таких великих протимінних машин на базі танків. І ми бачили, як вони на справі проривали ці мінні оборони, загородження. Тому я думаю, якщо нам поставлять ще декілька, ну, чим більше, тим краще, то ми зможемо прорвати, і це не буде такою великою проблемою для нас. У нас є УР-77, зараз є ще американські.
I'm hoping for big breakthroughs
стара радянська
this week.
Система розмінування.
I don't know why, but Thompson was hopeful, so I am hopeful too.
Кишка вилітає, розтягується на фронт і знищується. Відповідно,
12 to 20? Any chance you can stream from 21 to about 20? I actually don't know how I'm working next week, so I have no idea.
Танк перед собою
це все розгортає, і
відповідно за ним вже є. Коли ми були на
Maybe.
Запоріжжі, ми бачили, як
Maybe.
ця антимінна машина на базі Леопарду
I love him though.
Їхала мінне
He's been
поле
great.
вздовж та поперек.
He responded to me in chat yesterday. Did you see it? He was ending the stream and he was like, "Guys, send me Hassan clips." And I was like, "Ha ha ha! Dude, you're turning into a Hassan viewer." And he responded to me that he's making a video. And for a second there, I just shut myself. I didn't expect him to actually respond. It was like, you know, like when you're in a concert and like the singer looks at you for a second and you're like, ah! That was me. That was me at the moment.
Тримала десь, може, 12-15 взривів мін.
Like when people go to BTS concerts and then they piss themselves as Jungkook looks at them. That was me.
Розмінувати здавали, ми його хоронили 3 рази.
Mining is fucking hell there.
Mines are the worst, I think, it's the worst fear of any soldier.
Is it also that you might be go and need to demine the mines what you put in the Bakhmut?
Може бути.
K-pop, BTS, what do you mean BDSM? I don't know what concerts you go to.
Hello to the viewers of the NAFO 69.
Hey, yo, Arthur!
My name is Arthur Rey. I'm also part of this convoy, which I heard is actually one of the biggest convoys NAFO has, has delivered to Ukraine. Why am I here? Because we delivered night visions that actually started 3 months ago, the fundraiser. We gathered the money of, if I'm not wrong, about 90,000 euros, for which we bought 24 sets of night visions. We bought IFAC medicine packs, and Ragnar also wanted to make an armored car.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you.
Of course, he got his armored car, so we brought that also. The suspension was fried, it was air suspension, so it had to be changed in 12 hours to regular hydraulic suspension. It was done really fast by magical car people, and now we got to hand over the car. And,
magical
as you
car
can see,
people?
some cars still not handed over, they will be in the future, and I'm really glad to be a part of this convoy.
Yeah, Arthur!
Позавчора наші бійці 2 пострілами, один з НВАУ, другий з Джавеліну, де я підтверджую, що відео образили російський танк Т-80. Цей танк Т-80 виїхав прямо на наші передові позиції. І я дуже радий тим, що мої бійці 3-ї роти протитанкового батальйону змогли вразити його, тим самим зберегли життя нашим побратимам з 3-ї штурмової, правда, з іншого батальйону.
Є. П'ю-п'ю, motherfuckers.
Це мінометна батарея. Ми працюємо з 82-ми мінами. От тубуси від цих мін.
А це міни?
Так. Тут знаходяться міни, якими ми...
Я думаю, що це бутилки.
Ні.
Міни? Що
82 міліметра.
Oh my god, okay.
Does Ukraine need to change the tactics now? Because it's so difficult to get through with the minefields, you have drones, you have helicopters.
Тактика повинна змінюватися постійно для того, щоб перемогти. Нам не можна діяти шаблонно.
Why to see what is the most Ukraine now really missing? Like indeed, we know F-16, but in overall, what's the most need? Like for your brigade, other things?
Я думаю, Атакамс і F-16 вирішать ситуацію на фронті.
My favorite part every morning is how many
Been waiting to see Neifa.
destroyed.
We're doing a great job.
Yeah.
So we're trying to fill the holes. You know, this is what Ukrainians here fighting on the front. They're not going to wait for anybody. They're not going to wait for the international community, right? We're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it without you. We're going to do it with you. But we'd rather do it with you. We want to limit the casualties. These Ukrainian people, these Ukrainian men that are fighting on the front, they're really incredible people. These are really good people. We want to keep them in this war. So we really need the combat power. And we're going to do great things with it. Anybody who comes out here and meets the Ukrainian people, they know that they're going to responsibly handle this equipment.
Hey, Draco! How are you doing? We're watching Neifa.
Hello everybody, my name is
Neifa
Dimitri,
delivered
and,
16
this
trucks
is
for
18
defenders.
convoy, and today we brought like 16 trucks from Ukraine, and right now I'm
Let's
standing
touch
near
babies.
to one of the, I would say, most powerful one.
Look
This
at
is done
him.
with the armoring and putting some poly materials.
Got a truck?
on the
Holy
top.
shit, what?
So this is not like a bulletproof, even though it can be protected
Like this
from
one?
some bullet, but it's protected from the shrapnels, which is really important for the warriors
Nice.
because shrapnels do a lot of damage to them. And I would like to say thanks to all the people that help us to gain the money, and separately say thank you
Thank
to
you,
the
USA.
YouTubers.
Hey,
who
Sim,
helped
thank
to
you for the
gain
sub
this
gift. Thank you,
money.
thank you, thank
This
you.
is like Suchimamus, very
How are
good
you doing,
friend
my
of
man?
us,
Thank you so
and
much.
Also, we done with the Ukraine matters, Defmon, and all the people who donated to us. So just your money is actually here, and your money is working for Ukraine and helps to liberate it and helps occupied Ukrainians bring back home. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for supporting Ukraine. Dimitri, Slava Ukraini.
Whoa, look at them.
It's a little present from the community camper kit. We create this community to upgrade civilian cars. It's
Nice.
civilian cars what bring it to Ukraine.
Oh shit, yeah, you can
And
donate a
after
car.
That, a lot of volunteers know
You
we
can
need
donate
to
a car
make
to Ukraine.
Conversion of these cars. We need to make medical vehicles. We need to make armored vehicles, and it just from the empty pickup will become medical vehicles for the first line.
It's for the Russians watching.
In the war.
It's so they know
But,
what's waiting for them.
Oh wow! This is just a present for the NAFA.
It's like
because,
listen to our
everybody
vehicles.
know,
Listen to our vehicles.
We should to pay for the
Listen to our
materials and
vehicles.
everything.
Ha,
yeah. And for our community,
And then in the
we
back is
have
just like a
hands,
rocket
we have
launcher,
a
like
brain, but all the time we need
vehicles.
the money, and these people do the amazing work, and it's super cool. Yeah.
Wait, why would we get F-16s and Otakums after forced negotiations? How would that help?
Tell more than how you rebuilt them and what you do with the cars.
We will make a finished CAS evac. You don't have a lot of equipment and something. CAS evacuation is 15
Like
minutes
after
till
forced
the
negotiations,
point where you will
would there be any point?
Stabilize it, yeah. So, but even for that, need to make some upgrades in the car. Otherwise, it's just
Nah, TikTok blocks are okay.
the soldier.
Everyone is
and
okay
that's
as
all.
long as
The
they are
point
supporting
is,
Ukraine.
We also will remove part of the seats.
Okay.
And we will connect all this car. And
As long as we are sending cars.
Yeah,
That's great.
From there to here.
Okay.
Our community camper kit is for make a conversation any cars for any task. Yeah.
Okay.
But we start from the medical. Why? Because we are volunteers and we should to do something what government don't do, militaries don't do. So jump in volunteers and make it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. Look at these.
Who was it? People
Hey, yo, Gustavo, we're watching a video on the trucks that NAFO has sent to Ukraine.
Before 24 February was living normal life.
I have many guys who had no connection to the military before the 24th of February.
There was strong crowdfunding, and yeah, we sent a bunch of new cars.
Shot a helicopter in Zaporizhia. Again, that was like pretty export modification of Mi-24 helicopter and piloted by pilot first class. Lieutenant Colonel, like very
Ukrainians fluent in English are often TikTok blogs.
The guy
because they can raise money and support for the thousands that cannot. Yeah, that too. Also, like Twitter users and everything, right?
Well, he actually.
It helps to know English.
How lovely is that?
Yeah, he's actually a student, like tech engineering, something like that.
A lot of Ukrainians never did anything with war before February 24th. They didn't know what. They were not. Part of the military, and since then a lot of them. If you look at the Ukrainian military, many of them joined since the war started. That's a very steep learning curve in a short time. Probably the worst war we've seen in our lifetime, definitely. People like me have kind of had slow warm-ups to, if you go to Afghanistan or Iraq and you get good training before that, you can kind of slowly acclimate to it.
OnlyFans, good luck.
Here it's just like, you're in it and you have no choice. So I think that abrupt change is definitely going to affect the heads of many. And I would assume the same with Russia.
Recently, which is most surprising, I have seen more and more videos that the Russian side don't give up anymore, but they blow up themselves, which is unbelievable.
You've seen more on the Russian side do...
Like you have combat and guys don't want to give up, but it's just killing themselves instead of giving up. Which didn't happen in the beginning of the war. Do you see the same?
What does he mean? Like, I'm seeing more and more videos. Like, I have watched these videos rather frequently. I've seen, like, what, 2, 3? How many videos of that have you guys seen? Is it that often? Am I missing some videos lately because of work? Because I'm pretty sure it's not really happening that more often recently. I'm pretty sure they're just... existent. You never heard it? There are videos. There are videos, yes. Several of them. I know of, I think 3. I think I'm thinking of 3 separate ones. There's a line to draw somewhere between them. How to say this? Between them suiciding and between them not choosing not to avoid or try to avoid the attacks. So that too. But yeah, I don't know what he means when he says that he's like seeing it more and more often. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not seeing it more and more often, so I'm questioning this. Several videos? I think I saw like 3. I don't think I can remember more than 3. One of them that failed one with the gun, right? That's I think the first one I've seen. The one where he tried and he failed and then he did it again. But I remember there was that one who like saw that the bomb was being dropped and he just kind of went. He didn't try to escape it or whatever. I think he knew he was kind of over at that point. It was just maybe stuff like that. Some dude in here went straight to Scudder's room and told him I was talking shit. Oh, it's Slav. I saw it. I saw it. Slav got banned here in chat because so we had people leave Discord because of him. So then we banned him and then he got really, really angry and now he's chilling around in other chats. He's basically trying to start drama. Like he said, for example, that you are, what is the quote? He pretends to be 100% supportive of Russia in other channels and makes fun of you. And like, no hate to that. I kind of know you don't. Cause I track my usernames being mentioned around. I know when someone's making fun of me. I know I'm not being really that much of a conversation in other channels. It's mostly like Simpa-Ruski mentioning me, shit like that, but it's not really like, you know. I think he's really into creating drama. Because like while still we had him in Discord for a while, he was making up this story about like pro-Russians making up nicknames for me and everything around. He was like, oh, they're making nicknames for you, so they would be making fun of you. And I remember going to check their chats and like no one was doing that. He's just trying to kind of stir shit around. I think he thinks it's funny or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, Ziparovsky is wild. He posts like a bot, but it's not a bot, it's actually a person. Bit unhinged at times? Yes, Slav is. Who? Wait, are we talking about Slav or Simpa-Ruski? Because one of these. Depending on what. Who is an answer to. Simpa-Ruski. Oh, you have never heard of Simpa-Ruski? Remember when Dylan got that message, which was like, fuck your Polish mom? Oh, Slav, the one we banned. Simpa-Ruski is known under many names. He also has a Techie Breaky account. He has several accounts. Basically, whenever you see that stupid spam, you know, the one who is sending spam messages like, you think you're an anarchist, but you're not? That's Simpa-Ruski. Fuck you and your Polish mom, that's also Simpa-Ruski. The one who keeps on sending Ukraine lost this many men and Russia lost this many men, so fuck you, also Simpa-Ruski. It's also all Simpa-Ruski, he just has a lot of accounts. He keeps on just writing in caps lock and being very, very angry. That's basically what he's doing. Yeah. Mom's basement vibes? Yeah. It's not even a bot. He posts like a bot, but he's not a bot. It's really, really weird. He exists in Skades quite often. He was also in Nikki's. Bopal and Taivo called you a poo-poo head. Lies to start drama. Yeah, the best thing is that like I actually can see who is talking shit, you know? And it's never people he claims are talking shit, so I don't know, I guess he's just trying to like stir around. Slavic Slav? I don't know, for me he was like middle-ish. I wasn't too against him. But also he did sometimes try to stir shit in chat. So when people were complaining, I was like, you know, I'll just go along with whatever most people want. Hey Daniel, thank you for the sub, thank you very much. So yeah, that's that. Dedicated troll, heck yeah. A proper troll, actually is a proper one. We banned him here because sending us the statistic on Ukraine-Russia war for like streams and streams and streams, the same statistic about 90% of Ukrainian tanks being destroyed. Ukraine is gonna lose any second. Every single stream, like whenever we have a conversation, he keeps on sending the same thing again and again and again and again. And I'm like, bro, si по-русски, where did you get this from? Because you keep on pasting the same numbers in chat, like where are you getting them from? Or how, what? Can we get your source? It's kind of weird, you're just pasting them. He refuses to give me the fucking source. I time him out a few streams, then I ban him. And then I learned that the source is actually just some random ass YouTuber. Slav threatened to dox people after they agreed with him. Yeah, that too. Yeah. He was stirring shit, basically. I think a lot of the things he was saying, I think he was saying it as a meme. But also I understand why having someone constantly stirring shit as a meme did make people feel uncomfortable, you know? Because sometimes he would be having a thing with like just saying something that he knows people will respond to strongly. I was just like, there was no point apart from just, you know, stirring shit. Truly, it was just stirring shit. Ukrainians lost 150% of their tanks. Yeah, it was that. It was like a statistics, and it was, I think, 99.6% at the time. And it just kept on getting higher and higher and higher. And it was, basically the statistic was saying that Ukrainians are on the last few tanks. And he refused to tell us where the statistic comes from. I remember at one point he told us that the statistic is calculated from the official numbers. So like officially how much Russia says it has destroyed Ukrainian tanks, and then officially from that counter thing online you have, which like tells you how many tanks each country has, which also isn't really what ever happened. Because if you calculate, it doesn't give you the same numbers. He pissed off Burns in a debate. You can piss off Burns. You can piss off Dylan Burns? Really? A man who spoke to fucking hippies? Those two imbeciles, you remember that? Slav managed to piss him off. I would unironically be very, very impressed by that. Probably called Dylan a poo-poo head. Oh yeah, this is the best thing you can do. Everything else Dylan can live with, but like, you call him a poo-poo head. We need to go on our place and fuck up the flag of Maryland. Maybe that gets him angry. Have you seen that the flag of Maryland is like very, very close to where Dylan's dicks are? Greatest insult of all time. A flag of Palestine, because we talked about Israel at the start of the stream, and then someone redeemed the Palestine flag, and I just kept it there.
I've never seen that, you know, but thanks to
no, you.
the internet, we see a lot of things together.
Oh shit, this video.
Заходь назад, вертайся.
Bro.
Сука, граната.
I told you why. We talked about Israel at the start of the stream.
I would attribute that to
And then
the
someone redeemed
psychological
Palestine
effect of
flag.
war. You know, it'll change you and your perception of life. So.
Ads loser. I'm in Croatia. I haven't seen an ad in a very long time. Who is UC? Finished. Nice. Fundraised 14 cars in total. Nice. What's Alaska flag? Really? Really? That's cool. That is cool. Oh, there's like the original design and then there's this. Nice. Really? Nice. Nice. Get Alaska into European Union. Thank you, Alaska. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, Alaska. Alaska, give us whatever do they have. Some weapons.
Brigade is that I work at the Lift 99 co-working office in Tallinn, and my desk happened to be right next to that of Ragnar, who's the leader of this group.
Ah.
And so I wanted to find a way to help Ukraine. He was bringing trucks here, and so instead of doing it on my own, I just decided to partner up with them. I run a small company that specializes in a specific type of investing, and so I have quite a bit of clients who have a
Crypto
lot of money.
bro.
We run among our services. We have one newsletter called High Yield Landlord, and so we've done quite a bit of fundraising through that newsletter.
Nice.
For this is now my 4th convoy. I think the first one we bought 2 cars, then the second one 3 cars, then the next one 4 cars, and this one I think it was 5 cars. So we've been able to collect quite a bit of money through our clients, and that's how I've been helping this cause.
Oh, that is amazing. He's great, nice.
What this unit doing and what this car will be used for?
Займаємося аеророзвідкою і будемо
Bro.
возити дуже великі дрони, які кидають боєприпаси такі.
Landlord's based if they
для
help Ukraine.
орків.
How many like bombs I can take?
Є на 4, є на 6.
And what was the range? Like how many kilometers it can fly in?
Дрон, який може типа скидувати бомбочки, так він десь до 10-12 км.
So you need to exactly that time go, find the target, pop and back.
Цілі вже запрограмовано.
You have the target before the
Він коли
mission.
втрачає типа ручне керування, він в автомісії далі летить і все в авто робить.
But is it automatically also drop bombs? It goes to the location, fix and put automatically bombs.
Ну так, так.
Nice.
If you're getting close to Mariupol, then also have to be the first who will go and liberate.
Я думаю, ми там будемо.
Yeah, we will really hope that this car would survive. And
Man, I
also
hope
go
they're
to
gonna be
the-
safe. Holy shit.
Yeah, one of the worst can go with you to Mariupol. Официально украинская армия скажет, что даже сейчас разница этого, сколько погиб на русских и украинцев, очень большой, и что русские больше погиб. Ты видишь этого? Даже сейчас?
Да, мы идем, если наши штурмовые группы продвигаются вперед, нам надо идти за ними и как бы закрепляться для того, чтобы освободить их для подготовки к следующим штурмам. Но посадки усеяны просто русскими, они не забирают своих людей, валяются там.
I believe in the project of freedom. I believe in the project of democracy and self-determination for anybody who wants it. I actually didn't know, I'll just add something in. I had no idea if the Ukrainians last year were going to fight as hard as they have, and I had no idea if my government was even going to help, you know. Yeah, and thank you to Ukraine for standing up for what's right.
She auctioned them off. Can you imagine the ability to own one of these? Bro.
Hey, Nafa fellas, so as you can see, this lineup is already empty, and that's because we've just handed out 15 cars to 15 military units, and
Oh, now for museum we need that shit. Holy crap,
today
yeah.
to the 4th Brigade, and tomorrow to the Special Operation Forces unit. And today was a special day because it was our biggest convoy, and we've met
Rishi?
different units.
Strong,
One
good
of
friend
them
of Ukraine.
we
I
were,
like him.
helping since
I
the
like
beginning
him.
of the full-scale invasion.
I thought he's gonna be more of a pussy. I thought he's gonna be more isolationist. He's not really. I'm actually quite big of a fan of him. I had much less hope in him before, I was kind of happy to see who was the woman before him. Shit, the one who was the prime minister for like half a day. I had a lot of hope in her because she was one of the first ones pushing. Really, Rain? She was one of the first ones pushing for to take Russian assets which have been frozen. Trust, Liz, trust, thank you. She was one of the first ones pushing to take Russian assets and to sell them in Europe and then to use this money to rebuild Ukraine. So I had high hopes in her. I was kind of disappointed when she left, and then I was disappointed to see Rishi win. But he seems to be actually really, really good so far. He seems to be doing well, so I'm kind of happy about that. They will write in school books that NATO fought on the side of Ukraine and children were confused with NATO. NATO and NATO. When you say one issue person, what do you think that means? 8.5 to 9? Yeah, maybe. I want to say 8. I'm not sure how he is on British issues themselves. But also, to be fair, I don't know how big there is of a possibility to fix British issues at all. I feel that by leaving European Union, the Brits really have lost a lot. And I don't know if there's a possibility for British government to fix that. So, I feel like anyone in the position Rishi is in right now would be having a very, very hard time. Like, I think he's doing alright considering the circumstances. So, yeah, thank you, Rishi, for helping us.
Kraken, and some of them are really new to our convoy family. It's 69th, 66th Brigade, it's 15th Regiment, and it's 10th Regiment as well. And we are keep helping different units, and that's all because of your help. So, we really ask you to keep donating, keep supporting our campaigns, and we will bring more trucks to fight orcs on our land, and we will win.
Only realignment is going to fix British politics? Yeah, definitely. Look at us! What incredible people. What incredible, incredible people. I'm so happy we're doing so much. Rishi is probably doing whatever Ben Wallace, his foreign minister, suggests, which in this case is good. Yeah, that too. I think he's alright. I truly think he's alright. The way I see British issues is that they're American issues that somehow got over there and manifested differently. Would that just be them being issues that all of us deal with? Like all of our countries, I feel, deal with very similar problems when it comes to our governments. So I'm guessing that, yeah, you can connect most of other countries' issues with whatever your own country is going through right now. Modi? Oh, I haven't really thought about the man in a while, to be honest. I have no idea what's happening in India currently. Could look at the news. We could look at what's going on. I'm mostly just balls deep into Europe. I don't really try to follow world politics, unironically. Let me go here for like basic bitch readings. Ha 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 ha. A fucking mess. Yeah, whenever I speak to Cringe Lord, he's from India. Whenever I speak to Cringe Lord, he's like, oh yeah, it's just shit. It's just fucking shit. Tesla to discuss factory plan for 24k car with India. What the fuck? But wait, huh. Let me see. Oh, South Africa. Unironically, I've been following South Africa a bit closer than India lately. I just, India is not really close to any of countries I follow closely. South Africa did have a lot of drama recently though because of Putin supposedly coming that they planned the summit for a very long time and now he's not allowed. I mean, not he is allowed to come, he just doesn't know if he wants to come because he's scared he's going to get arrested. Oh wait, they had ethnic violence cases? What? Near civil war? Oh. I gotta ask Cringe about this. I'm gonna be like, Cringe, what do you think about this? Cringe, what do you think about this? Yeah, is this like, you know how when was it? Shut up. Also, why does he have sex written here? If you remember, it was a big thing, I wanna say when USA was having last elections. I think that was when the thing was around. A lot of their articles were talking about the incoming civil war in USA, and the civil war never happened because of course it didn't. But it was just weird seeing people like constantly panic over it, and I don't know if this is the same thing or if there's like actually a possibility of a civil war breaking out. They were having riots that will put the French to shame. Yeah, the government is really interesting. Let's say it like that. It is two Indian brothers who fucked up South Africa's internal politics by running their corrupt energy grid and then leaving for Saudi Arabia after taking billions with them. Holy shit. Tim Pool video? I don't really watch Tim Pool too much. I don't really watch Tim. The only video of Tim Pool I know. No, two videos of Tim Pool I know. One of them was him being really stupid on Ukraine. And the other one was him being okay on the issue of abortion. Those are two Tim Pool videos I've seen, and the only reason I've seen them is because Destiny watched them, and I was watching Destiny watch them. That's why I know who Tim Pool is. He was actually okay on abortion, to be honest. Like, surprisingly okay-ish. I didn't expect him to be relatively normal. He does go into culture war bullshit with it, but not as much as you would expect. But yeah, on Ukraine he is just full of shit. He's absolutely... Oh yeah, Anna. Is Anna the blonde one from the Young Turks or whatever it's called? Oh, she is an idiot. But yeah. Why? You don't want to watch Tim Pool? How dare you? Is that... Yeah, I'm not even thinking of the proper man. That's the dude with the beanie, right? We knew Selma Salaku though, so that's fun. Yeah, that's true. It didn't though. It got... How do I say this? You know how Prigozhin's coup attempt went? The USA one was kind of like that, in which I didn't know whether to feel disappointed or relatively happy that it failed. It was just like a thing that was really dramatically talked about in the news, and then we saw the videos and everything. It didn't look as dramatic. So I don't know. But also USA, I'm kind of like staying out of USA. The one who doesn't want to be called birthing person. Yeah, that one. Her birthing person shit is similar to Tim Pool's idea that women are getting abortions into the last month of their pregnancy. You know, it's the same culture war bullshit. Scary because we haven't had that kind of thing for a while in USA. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. It's not really a thing that happens in normal countries. Yeah. Hey, yo, DB got interrupted by work at work. Horrible. Horrible. I hope they pay you more for that. She doesn't eat up the most extreme leftist bullshit as she did before. But now I fear she will swing far to the right. I feel she already did, at least for me. For me personally, she's already getting into idiot territory. I'm not too happy with her supposed change of heart. I feel like the whole birthing person thing was just really dramatic for no reason. And then also her takes on Ukraine have been... so I don't know. I'm not too happy over her existence, to be completely honest. You don't get an abortion for the gram? No! I mean, I don't. Maybe other women do. I've heard Tim Pool thinks it's happening. A civil war? Yeah, but I think a civil war is a bit worse than shootings, you know? I think... But now that I think about it, you know, how Praise said that, like, such a thing as the coup attempt didn't happen in America in a while, so they all got really, really shaken by the attempt regardless. I think that, you know, when you talk about civil war, I think it's kind of... I think a lot of people see civil war in things that are not even close to a civil war, but you see them as a civil war because you don't know what civil war is, because you haven't lived through one in your lifetime. I think it's like when Americans... You remember that one person? Who was it in your politics? Who said that, oh, how come we are helping Ukraine defend against an invasion, but we're not helping America defend against an invasion? And they were referring to the fact you have a lot of immigrants passing over your borders. I think it's like that. Like I don't think many of you guys know what an invasion on your territory is. I don't think you haven't lived through it, you know, so you don't know. And that's okay. That's like the beauty you get of being in USA. Am I a bad person if I wasn't scared when that happened? I kind of didn't care. Wait, you're talking about Trump's coup attempt? Personally, I had trust in USA police. So I feel like even if they managed to get in, they would have been arrested regardless. So yeah, I'm not really too... I don't think you're a bad person. I think it's not... I don't think it's surprising to not feel anything about it, you know? Because for me, that's what it was, you know? It was like, oh, they're going to stir some shit, but then they're surely gonna get arrested. So, you know, what happens, happens. But I didn't for a second think that Trump is actually going to manage to become the president of USA. So I think I had too much trust in their institutions, and because of that I wasn't really worried. When was the last time a foreign entity invaded America? Raised their cities and mass murdered Americans just for being American? Yeah, like that. It's like it never happened. And I think this is why a lot of them have very stupid opinions on this. You know, they don't know. They don't know any better. You know, when they talk about, if you remember one of them tweeting that like, oh, why don't Ukrainians just choose to be Russians? And like, that is how you end the war. Just be okay with being Russians. And then Russians are going to be nice to you, and the war is going to end, and then you can agree on borders nicely and peacefully. And it's like, you don't understand, but you're an American. Of course you don't understand. You've never been a victim of an attack like this. Your parents have not been victims of this. Your grandparents have not been victims of this. You haven't been invaded by genocidal maniacs in quite a while. So you're doing okay. No, you're feeling fine. And I think it's different from many Eastern Europeans because we've heard the stories, we've seen some things happen. We have family members who were directly affected by genocidal rampages, so we know what it is, and we know that just declaring yourself as Russian wouldn't help. 15 Rube Kremlin bot's nest, how they even have a chock-full pro-Russian thread where they spread all Kremlin narratives. What the hell, really? Oh yeah, Milosevic, oh shit. Oh, I saw Twitter leftists recently trying to rehabilitate Milosevic. This man is not your enemy. Not anymore, bitch. He's gone. Why don't Ukrainians let the invasion happen and then let the democratic process bring about justice and self-determination? Yeah, that too. It's like they don't understand. They don't know. They don't understand. They haven't been invaded. They have no idea what's going on. And I think that this plays into how they're commenting on a lot of things about this war. Like I remember at the start of the war having to explain to a lot of them that, hey, sometimes when you have volunteer troops, some of them are going to be extremists. This is normal. This is normal. And they would be like, oh, well, why would a country want to connect itself to people like that? A country doesn't choose. Their people want to not be killed. Anyone who can carry weapons, anyone willing to carry weapons into the front line and willing to save them, they're going to be allying with, because they need someone to help save them. This is not a situation for you to be like looking at people's tattoos and deciding who can go and volunteer and who can't go and volunteer. This is a situation for you to say, hey, we need every single pair of hands we can get, regardless of what personal ideology you stand behind. But I think for Americans it was very hard to understand this, because again, they haven't really been invaded. Trump wanting to control who's coming to the country. He did have problematic ways he was talking about this, though. I don't think there's anything bad about controlling who's coming to the country. I think it depends on why you're controlling it, in which way you are controlling it, and also how you are presenting people coming to your country from different countries. There's nuances to this. It's not just about controlling who's coming to your country. Many Americans, including me, think we have a responsibility to help the rest of the world. I think that's actually okay. I don't know how you Americans feel about it, but like, you are a superpower, right? I think it's okay that you have some sort of moral responsibility to help. I think that's alright. It could be abused, definitely, and I think there should be great care taken not for that to happen. But also, you can afford to do some things, and I think it's okay for you to feel some sort of responsibility about doing some things. US welcomes refugees to enter any of the clearly marked and open border crossings and follow the proper documentation and applications. Many immigrants refuse to do this and instead avoid the border crossings and refuse to pay taxes. Oh yeah, that. I understand why you would want to control for that. I was thinking of like Trump, that one speech. He had that one speech in which he called immigrants criminals, rapists. Was it rapists? And I remember we had someone in chat and they were like, oh no, well, Trump didn't actually say this. It was taken out of context. I'm gonna show you the context. And they sent me the full video, and the full video makes him sound even worse. So, he had some interesting opinions. Best way to understand Americans is they generally lack any form of empathy. No! I know, I don't know. I'm trying to find a way to say this. I think this is true for most people you actually have around, though. I think this is true for most people. Most countries. They mostly have no empathy for people not connected to them. You know? Like this whole Ukraine war situation, for example. To be real, I think it woke up empathy in a lot of people because they finally started caring about conflicts happening around the world. I think before this, when you would see the news about these conflicts, you would just be like, But now it's happening to someone close to you. And it makes you think. It makes you feel things. And then you carry over these feelings to other situations, and I think you learn kind of how to connect to people in that sort of a way. But I think it's true for many countries. You don't really feel empathy that much about many things. Love to justify murder and glorify guns and violence. Okay, that depends though. That depends. But yeah. Even then, I would call it a problem of like most countries, because we glorify their guns, bro. Oh shit. I remember when they posted that video. Who saw the video? of some American helicopter, and it shoots so beautifully, my man. Oh shit! Like when I'm having sex, I imagine that helicopter. It shoots so strongly. It can destroy the whole enemy battalion immediately. It's such a good thing. I think these feelings of, you know, these feelings of supporting military complex, supporting fancy guns, I think they're kinda often a reaction to something. And for example, I can see that right now in Europe there are reaction to what's happening with, you know, Russians invading Ukraine, and as a result all of our people being like, oh shit, I wish we had something stronger in our military, so if Russians ever dare to touch us, we can just bury them straight up. So no, I don't necessarily think celebrating stuff like that comes from lack of empathy. When it comes to guns, that's a more complex thing, but also I think... Oh, anti-abortion laws, yeah. For anti-abortion laws, yeah, I definitely agree that is lack of empathy. For guns, I'm like, I think USA culture on guns is very, very interesting. And I think a lot of times, like, I don't know if you're European, but I think a lot of times Europeans like to comment on USA gun issues as if we are too stupid to understand they have a different culture. Hey yo, Potato, how is the stream doing? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. We're talking about USA. You're USA, right? You can help us, you can help us. Some of you are too stupid to understand. No, I do agree with that, because oftentimes I will see people talking about USA gun culture, and I see people in comments from Europe being like, well, as a European, this would be very easy to solve just by banning all guns. Like, no, you can't do that. That is not how it works. It's not that easy. You can't just ban guns in a country. So invested in this idea of having guns means having access to freedom. You can't just ban guns that. I know we like to pretend it's simple, but it really isn't. So I don't really think it would work. I don't really think it would be as easy as we are imagining it would be. So I think overall our input on it is relatively... I don't want to say useless. I don't know if I want to say useless. But it's like, you know, just saying, oh yeah, just fix this, and it's something that you can't really fix. Basic gun control. Oh yeah, USA does have a weird thing with their ID stuff too. I think overall it's just like a culture is really, really weird. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be having like you have a driving license here in Europe. Why wouldn't we just have like a gun ownership license that you need to study for, work for, and then you have it on you, and then it gives you like the ability to have one gun or whatever, a specific type. Like you know how driver's licenses, I don't know if they look the same in like countries, but you know how like you have your driver's license, and then when you turn it around, it tells you which types of cars you have, which types of vehicles you can drive with a specific driver's license. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to have that just for guns. So then there's a list of guns you're allowed to own because you did complete training for specific ones of them, and that's that. You know, I'm not sure, but also I'm also like not sure why USA just doesn't have proper ID system the way we have ID system. I think it's a cultural problem. Because who of you was on Thompson's stream recently when they talked about voting system in USA? And he was confused about why USA doesn't demand you to give your ID when you're voting, which is a completely normal thing to do. You go and you show your ID, and they highlight you on the little paper thing, and then that's it, and then you go and you vote. It's a very simple way to do this. But USA always has these debates over like, oh, whether you should be having to have an ID for voting or not, or like what sort of IDs are okay to have for that. People there in the chat were like, oh yeah, should we be having the like, what if different states allow different IDs? Like, for example, there are some states which allow student IDs and some states do not, and then some states will allow you to come with a hunting license. Why don't you just have an ID? Like, an ID, a basic bitch ID? You people are fucking weird, okay? And then, you know, when I look at all of these weird things, I understand that, like, with your lack of want to have a proper ID system, I do understand why you might also be lacking the want to have some sort of an ID system for being allowed to have guns too, right? So I can kind of see that. Or you go to the internet, we can't vote on the internet. Croatian economy is doing alright, to be honest, we're doing alright. We're existing. So far so good. Yeah, we are part of the Eurozone. We are part of Schengen since last year, so we're doing okay-ish. Why do they have to register to vote? Of course, why wouldn't you have to register to vote? We don't want any weirdo to come and vote. Like, I don't know. Too many guns in circulation for that to even work? Shit, that too. That too. Yeah, you people are fucking weird. They asked me for my ID. I don't see the deal that people have issues asking for ID. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But also, to be fair, I remember one time having a conversation here on the stream. And it was on ID systems here in Europe. And I mentioned that because I live close to the border of Croatia. And close to my part is where a lot of illegal immigrants will try to pass through to, you know, get into Croatia. And then they go to Slovenia and then they go to Austria. But I mentioned that because, you know, I live in such part of the state, it is normal for police to be driving around the village here. And sometimes if they see you walking on the street and you look suspicious, they will ask you for ID. Because in Croatia, it is illegal for you to be outside without your ID. That, like, actually illegal. If you walk in the city and you don't have an ID on you, if a policeman stops you, and they're like, hey, show me your ID, and you don't have it, that is a crime by itself, because you don't have it on you. And I think that's alright. I think it's okay. I think it kinda, I don't know, makes shit a lot easier. Like, if I do some stupid shit and I get arrested, they'll be able to know my identity immediately, which is a good thing, isn't it? I don't really know, like, if they get me arrested and I don't tell them who I am, what can they do at that point? What's the point? Or like, if I get a heart attack and I die in the middle of the street, how the fuck are they gonna know who I am if I don't have any sort of documentation on me? It's just, I don't know, it's like easier to just expect people to have ID on them. So we always wear IDs around, we always have them like in wallets, or people have like those little things where you put them behind your phone or whatever, just so you can show them, and I think that's okay. And I'm not really sure why Americans are having a very dramatic reaction to that. If you look suspicious in America, you get hate crimed. Okay, yeah, true, you people were interesting. Yeah, that's true. In America, cops would arrest you and take you to figure out your ID. But what if I just refuse to tell them forever? What you gonna do then? Huh? Certain people prevented from obtaining ID, making it too hard for people to get it and then be able to vote. But isn't that mostly for people who are in the country illegally? What else do I say this? What makes it harder to get an ID? If you're like legally in the country and everything, and a citizen. It's illegal in the US for cops to demand ID without probable cause. Oh, really? But like, don't they always have a probable cause? I'm pretty sure they could see you walking around in the street and they could be like, ah, this person kind of looks drugged up. Show me your ID. You know, like what is the probable cause? You're required to have an ID in the US, but you're not always required to provide it to police. Oh! So you have to have an ID on you. Some form of it, right? They can always come up with a probable cause. Yeah, like that. If you're in the car, they will say they smelled alcohol and you're done. Yeah, that too. But like you can demand different types of testing here and everything. We had to learn about this actually in the driving license test. Like depending on when you drank some beer, you can ask for different things to be tested, so the testing would come out as negative. Finances, lack of car, lack of license, lack of public transport. How the fuck? But wait, but like for me, okay, so here is how it works here, okay? You get your ID in the police station. I do have the closest police station in the city, which is like half an hour drive, so it would be... If I didn't have a car and I didn't have public transport, I do feel it would be rather hard for me to get it. But at the same time, don't you need to be in the city sometimes regardless? Or like, do you just stay outside? Or do you have some fancy place where you get IDs, which is like not close to any other place that you need? Cause I don't know, like like surely, do you have everything you need around you? You don't need to go to the city? Is that how it works? Cops can legally lie and deceive you. They're poorly educated and trained. I could imagine that. Could imagine that. Poorer populations where they work in 2 or 3 jobs. If people from those areas are going to vote against you and you know it, making it hard for them to get ID means that's 10,000 less votes they have to deal with. If they can't get out of work, just make getting an ID take 2 days or more and you just stop them from voting. Yeah, but like... That feels like it's creating... It feels like that would be a problem for people who would make their ID 2 days before voting, or like a day before voting. Why wouldn't you just have it? Why would you get the ID made just for voting? Why wouldn't you just have it? Like whenever you have free time, you make it and it's valid for a few years, I guess. It's the same. So why not just do that? Why make it... I don't know how... Wait, do people not have... Do you people not have 3 days? I wouldn't understand taking time off would be horrible, but like, do people not have 3 days? Holy shit, what is wrong with you people? Closest license place is about a 20-minute car drive. Yeah, but surely it's in the city or something, right? Unless it's somewhere on the outside, that would be interesting. But like, I assume if it's in a city or whatever, you need to get there every once in a while anyways. So it seems like you could just get it made then. Why do you people not have 3 days of paid vacation a year? Wait, do you not have like 1 free day per week? Surely you do have 1 free day per week. 10 days a year, which has to include wherever they're actually too sick to work. If they're lucky. So you don't have... How's your working week? So your working week is like 7 days? Is this why you people responded so weirdly? Not you people, I mean Twitter people. But when we had conversations in Croatia about banning stores working on Sundays, and Americans were like, what? Why would you ban stores from working on Sundays? Like, why wouldn't you? Mental health and school support structure? Yeah, that too, that too. Normal weekend, nothing ID related is open. Oh, so that's a problem. Most people work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and get about 2 weeks off a year paid. Yeah, but like, that seems okay. That seems okay. That seems like an okay system. Okay, it seems okay. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, 2 weeks off a year paid. That seems very similar to what we have. 3 days a week? That's just my job. Wait, do you not have a thing? First of all, do you not have some sort of like online request for your ID to be made? Why do we have that and you people don't? Aren't you supposed to be like more technologically advanced than we are? Because here I can I can go online, put my data into a program, and I can demand my ID to be made. If I have the proper picture and everything, which usually does require, you know, some proper photos to be taken or whatever, but like usually you just file it online. You do go to pick it up in person, but here's where I wonder, like, do you not have, how do your shifts work? Do you not have that one day where your ID services, institutions, I don't know what's like a relevant institution there. Here, like, you get the ID in the police station, and the police station works, usually it works in the morning shift, and then one day, I think it's Tuesday, it works afternoon shift. So people who work shifts, you know, if you always work morning shift, you will be able to go to the police station in the afternoon on Tuesdays. We have the same thing for like pharmacy stores, for example. They work morning shift 4 days, and then one day they work the afternoon shift. So people who always work morning shift are still able to have this one day to go there. Do you not do that? Number of Russians subject to conscription will be increased by 2.3 million people. Oh damn, the Russian military doing great. Fucking great. Very cocked when it comes to citizen convenience, I guess. I don't know why they're existing like that. 50 hours a week, gets 1 day off, no vacation, no insurance. Wait, that's like... So I assume you get like Sunday off? But like surely you would still have proper shifts, so you have some time before or afternoon. You get your ID from a government office of some sort. Yeah, but surely they do work in like ways to allow you 1 day out of your shift, right? At least 1 day out of your shift. Is that how it makes sense? Do departments require different or relevant information? Oh, for USA? If we don't have ID available online, we are backwards. If we do, we are cucked. Why are you cucked? I don't feel like you're cucked if you have it available online. I feel like that's base. That's easy. That's easy. That's how it should be. You don't have... Why don't you have 1 day when they work the other shift? You people are fucking weird. That is fucking weird. So like if someone just constantly works morning shifts and the... What was the name of these like officers things? Department of Motor Vehicles only works morning shift too. You can never go there? Why don't you have that? Oh no, I don't mean getting time off for getting an ID. I mean that you could go and get an ID after or before your work. At least like here is how you do it. You go on that 1 day where the institution is operating in the other shift. Forcing employees to let people go out. Nice. Oh, that's kind of cute. The MV is only open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday. Ah, you people have weird shifts. Is that a problem? Oh, that is weird. Why would you have that? And then if someone like constantly works 8 to 5, they're fucked. What the hell? Catalonia. Before 2015, political party that dominated Scotland was the Labour Party, and they have a good chance of returning to power in the UK next year. Ooh, are you thinking some big change is gonna happen? Work all day. Add 2 to 3 hours of driving per day to get around. Yeah, but like I'm coming from the position of like that's how it is for me. It's like I gotta drive to work half an hour. And then from the work to the city, I get to drive half an hour, right? 45 minutes, half an hour. Let's round it up to half an hour. But you know, it would be doable if I needed to like get an ID. It would be doable. In the morning shifts, I could go on Tuesdays, which would mean I can just make it there in time. If I work afternoon shifts, I can go in the morning any other day. I just have to wake up in the morning early enough to be able to do all of the driving, but I would be able to do so too. Like I guess I'm kinda... I don't know how shit your country is. How do I say this nicely? You either have really shit country or you're pussies, and I can't figure out which one it is. Oh, you look at Croatia. What? Wait, what? Annual working hours? What? Bro, look at the rich fuckers doing well. Look at us, look at us. Bro, we work more than you do. You losers, we work more than you do. I'm not taking you seriously at all, starting from now. Ish, ish, ish. Or is it like a free one? No, it's working hours. Annual hours that people work. Oh no, my dude. Oh no, my dude. I'm not. Right now, you're all pussies in my eyes. I'll look at the chat, I see a bunch of pussies. It's like a harem up here. What is this? Labor productivity? What is that? GDP per hour worked. Where is Germany? Okay. No, Croatia has to be lower than Slovenia. Are we not on this one at all? We're not on this one at all. We don't exist here. Current 6-day standard of 48 hours. Holy shit. What do you mean? Croatia? Banned from the stream. Banned from the stream. Also, we gotta watch XQZ. Holy shit. He has sex written on him for some reason.
Ancient Greek philosopher. And I see this comment, this phrase, every of our videos on our channel. Right,
see you Americans are doing well.
IBC, Moscow International Business Center.
Pussies. Pussy little nation.
Think this is relevant. Is to be ruled by evil men. Clear, right? Do you agree? Do you agree with this?
It's the price we're paying actually right now. How can we change it? I'm afraid we have little to do here because, you know, absolutely the right way would be
Drama queens from
impeachment,
USA.
in my opinion, yes, but this is quite impossible, as you understand, for now.
So to sum it up, we are currently being ruled by evil men. Sort of evil men.
What are you trying to ask? Currently in this situation where we're paying our price.
No, you're
I
not.
prefer not to tell you.
You're not interested in politics.
I don't like to talk about it.
So that's what Plato talked about. He said, good men not interested in politics and they will be ruled by evil men.
Maybe that's just Platon's thought and Platon's choice. I don't really agree with him.
You don't have healthcare, but what you do have is the strongest military in the world, which means that no one ever is going to invade you. So like even on that, I'm like, no healthcare, but no one's ever going to touch you, my dude. That means a lot. That means a lot, you know, coming from European perspective, coming from Balkan perspective, my man. Coming from Balkan perspective, it means a lot to have a strong military so you are always safe. Not for a second in your life will you ever have to worry about being killed for just being American in another nation wanting a part of your land. I can go on the street, talk shit to Kaya, nothing will happen. Okay, yeah, that. But Americans do have their okay-ish personal freedoms, right? They're doing well on that. Basic necessities. Oh, I don't know how their basic necessities are. I don't know how their basic necessities are doing. I feel like, yeah, you know what I need to do? I need to do Googling on like how shit works there. Need to find one of those Americans going IRL and I'm just gonna be like, hey, go to this store so I can see the working hours. Hey, go to this place. Hey, I downloaded Google Maps of your city. Can you walk there? Just so I can see like what's posted on the doors. So I can like put it in a little notebook and then calculate how it works. Skabaeva? Who's talking about Skabaeva? What did Skabaeva do? What did she do now? Oh, I don't think Americans are behind on empathy. I think everyone lacks empathy. I just think it shows differently. Rent is over 60% of our income lately. Oh, I would need to look into how that works here. Like statistically, where do you find stats on that? Do we have global stats on that? If you don't prioritize feeding and sheltering everyone, are you even a civilization? I think that's like a very, very broad way to say it. Because like which countries would you say are doing enough in order to prioritize and shelter everyone? Would you say all the other countries are not civilization enough? I think it's a very, very high standard to create for what is a civilization. One place in Europe that has ghettos like the US has? You mean what's the definition of a ghetto? Because I kinda I have one place in mind. First of all, a lot in one form or another, a lot. But also, my dude, Sweden. But Sweden, vulnerable zones? Also like Serbia. I'm not sure you've seen Serbia, but I've seen some places in Serbia. Oof. Land routes to Crimea Sea, but a tank may emerge at any point. Russian propaganda is surprised that the land route to the occupied Crimea is not used by anyone. She was expecting traffic jams. Oh yeah, you people are weird for the tips. That's where I can agree on Americans bitching. Your tipping culture is fucking weird.
Стоит отметить, что путь достаточно безопасный и комфортный. В любой момент может выйти на дорогу танк или БТР, и запомните, что даже танк на дороге в этом случае будет главный. Также стоит отметить, что здесь не действует ОСАГО, каска, то есть вы не сможете оформить там аварийный случай, получить выплату. Людей совсем не было, меня это очень удивило. Я думала, будут какие-то пробки, может быть, конечно, люди немножко переживают ехать этим путем. Стоит отметить, что путь достаточно безопасный и комфортный. В любой момент может...
Bro. Bro. Whoa. AFU attacking Berhivka again, pushing Russians with the rear of the settlement. Fighting thing going on. Ay. Wait, what I wanted to say. Rent index. Rent index, that's what is like rent compared to the average paycheck. Yeah, USA doing fucking badly on that. USA doing fucking badly on that, you weirdos. Who's this? Switzerland? Where is us? Croatia? Germany? Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, you people suck on the rent index. You suck balls on that. We got 42. Germany has what? 27? I've got no idea what small claims are. I'm just gonna go watch my XQZ.
Do you agree?
I prefer not to answer this question because it depends on various things.
No, it doesn't.
He is ancient philosopher and he's a great man, but times change.
Yes, I think it's good idea. Good words for him.
So it's true, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Can you give me any examples where it's already happening? Where people are ruled by evil men because they are indifferent to politics?
It's very hard. One minute. I'm thinking.
So let's take Russia, for example. Are we ruled by evil men or good men?
Why does he have sex written?
Only evil.
Политика это не наше дело.
Согласны? А где такое вот уже, возможно, в какой стране это встречают?
В стране, в Америке.
Ага.
Они там безразличны к политике?
Конечно. Сегодня смотрел передачу, они даже не знают, где Украина находится. Представляете? Вот так вот.
Ну у них же там протестов много всяких бывает.
Протесты только вещают. Все эти протесты.
USA.
А вот как бы вы оценили вот участие россиян в политике?
Россиян? Нормально.
То есть и нами тогда, получается, не управляют плохие люди. Ну,
конечно. Нам только хорошие управляют.
Страну, где это уже происходит. Хорошие люди не волновались насчет политики, и ими теперь управляют плохие люди.
Ну, например, американцам
Immediately.
в основном массе
Police watching this and
всё
just
равно,
like
кто
writing the names
им
down.
будет жить хорошо.
платить налоги, дом, кредиты оплачивать. Хорошая машина, хороший дом, больше ничего не надо. Им без разницы.
Что еще нужно-то в жизни?
Ну вот, а кто им правит, плохой?
А вот в России вы как бы оценили вот применимость этой цитаты? Нами хорошие люди, правда, так плохие?
Ну, в России, да, я Путин считаю, если бы не Путин, у нас страны бы уже не было.
Ну а люди здесь вообще вот интересуются политикой, как думаете?
У нас больше интересуются. В России, вообще в СССР всегда интересовались политикой, всегда.
А люди вот могут как-то что-то повлиять там, на политику? Что-то?
Я влияю только, когда на выборы хожу. То есть я вот выбираю, я смотрю, читаю, интересуюсь. Сейчас в сентябре будут выборы. Я буду всех подробно, биографию читать. Все.
Когда люди не интересуются в политике, значит, их устраивает абсолютно все.
Окей.
Такого не будет, что им будут управлять плохие люди?
Если им это нравится, это их жизнь. Каждый выбирает свою жизнь.
Или, наверное, имелся в виду диктаторы какие-нибудь, которые могут на смерть отправить любую секунду.
За диктаторов обычно еще обычные люди, простые, жизнь отдают. Да, со слезами на глазах и с благодарностью. И неизвестно, кто из них счастлив, кто прав, кто виноват.
Это как получается, что люди готовы прям жизнь отдать за вот диктатора какого-нибудь?
Мотивация. Во время Великой Отечественной войны шли же в бой за Родину, за Сталина. Мотивация какая была? То есть,
наверное, то, что застреляли бы там свои, если бы не пошли.
Все 20 миллионов, все с этой мотивацией стрелки шли в бой.
Почему вы решили, что было так? Откуда вы эту информацию взяли, что сзади стояли заградительный отряд? Откуда вы это взяли? Вы молодые, вы много не знаете, вам историю так сейчас не преподают.
Man's gonna get shot.
В Советском Союзе. Мы глубже ее знаем, как было на самом деле. Вы сейчас молодые совсем.
Много пропаганды было, нет?
Вот это слово пропаганда. А что, в Америке нет пропаганды? Или на Западе нет пропаганды? Там еще какая пропаганда? У нас нет такого слова пропаганда. У нас идет воспитание патриотическое. Нас патриотически воспитывали. Ты здесь родился, ты здесь и пригодился.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday evening right here in Moscow. This is the center of Moscow and people just casually chilling. Я думаю, знаете что, имеется в виду, что вот диктаторы могут начать управлять страной, то есть люди такие будут, ну ладно, все равно нам.
Всем людям будет все равно, это понятное дело, то что плохие люди смогут с ними все что угодно делать. Так что лучше, я считаю, чтобы люди не были безразличны к политике.
А где такое уже происходит, можете вот сказать? Плохие люди что угодно делают со страной, с людьми.
Ну, мне кажется, ответ очевиден, это Россия.
Как так получилось?
О!
Потому что, наверное, правительство запугивает, сейчас вводят всякие там тюремные сроки за то, что люди свои точки зрения высказывают насчет политики. Поэтому люди молчат, они не хотят ни в тюрьму, ни проблем.
А как это исправить? Это возможно исправить?
Президентом сменить.
Но это...
По-другому никак. Ну, просто должен быть человек, который не будет вводить те законы, которые...
Like Навальный.
В тюрьму, из-за того, что они просто свою точку зрения высказывают, свое мнение.
Для этого, наверное, нужно, чтобы люди начали интересоваться политикой. А в какой стране она применима?
Is there so upset in chat?
USA.
К
нашей стране. Да.
То есть у нас люди безразличные к политике.
I think a lot of times there is these.
Потому что люди ко всему уже безжалостно привыкли к разным событиям.
How would I say this?
То есть безразличны к народу. Народу все обещали, и народ все
A lack of matching energy when it comes to having a conversation about USA.
Главное, чтобы войны не было. Но, к сожалению, у нас да, происходило. И в данное время даже сейчас происходит.
Ну, люди, то есть, надеялись, верили правителям,
да.
А правители, получается, привести примеры, где это уже происходит.
Ну, у нас в России это происходит.
Ah.
Ничего себе. То есть нами управляют плохие люди, получается.
Да.
Из-за того, что люди
I don't trust them when they say this though.
Большинство.
А как так получилось, что люди безразличны к политике?
Ну, потому что люди ничего не решают, там уже все решено.
Ah.
это исправить можно, чтобы управляли тогда?
Наверное, митинги какие-то делать.
Во Франции, например.
Как во Франции, да. Как в Испании также, в Барселоне.
В общем, последний вопрос. Вот у нас перспективы хорошие вообще. Будущее у нас хорошее.
Нужна революция.
Да?
Ooh.
На этом завершим тогда.
No, ask. No, bitch. No. I wanted him to ask who is going to be leading it after the revolution. I'm so interested in that. Like, how do they see the possibility of a revolution? Who do you think is gonna be that? Is she a Navalny person? Do you think she's a Navalny person? She doesn't really strike me as a Navalny person, but you never know if they are a Navalny person. Like, hey, who do you think is going to be ruling the country after Putin does? Who do you think is the choice number 2? Prigozhin? She wouldn't be a Prigozhin person. She looks way too normal for that. I'm guessing Navalny. America is not Denmark or Sweden, but it's still high on the list of good places to live. Could see that. Could see that. I don't know. I feel like I need to look into this. This stream has given me a lot of what? It's given me a lot of things to Google, to be honest. A lot of things about USA that I've never really thought about. So, what do they mean about new Twitter accounts being eggs? Neither does the home button designed to look like a birdhouse. Also like these, so like all of that will need to be changed. Putin's friend is next in line. So Navalny, you're thinking. Bunch of major cities have homeless camps and high as fuck crime that they will not actually do anything about, or they don't keep the people who should be in prison, and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, but isn't that like a thing with most countries? I feel like that's just normal. I feel there's a lot of whenever I use the word normal for these things, it feels kind of weird, but it's like with corruption, isn't it? Like there's a level of corruption that is in a way not possible to escape, you know? So I'm like, yeah, it's just, yeah, there's a level of crime you will have in big cities that you can't escape. There's going to be people escaping prisons who will be escaping prisons. I don't think any of this you can really escape, you know? So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how many of these things are Wait, what do you mean making it illegal to feed the homeless? Like on an individual level? Surely they can do that on a I don't know, here they made it illegal for stores to give expired food to charity centers, which I think makes sense. But like on an individual level, who can blame you from feeding the homeless? How would that work? But you know, when it comes to, you know, not keeping people in prison who should be in prison, I feel like this is a global issue. I feel like you would see this in every single country existing. Same as, you know, having homeless camps and stuff like that. I feel, you know, unless you would be comparing yourself, which in a case, now that I think about it, I understand why you would be comparing yourself you would be comparing yourself to, what's the word? Finland, for example. Because America is very rich and it could afford to be improved constantly over time to be closer to Finland, right? So I do understand that you would want to be like that. I think I'm just coming fundamentally from the position of being like, bro, that is like a very high standard to compare yourself to, isn't it? Prison industrial complex. Wait, what is a uniquely American part of it? What is uniquely American? Oh, wait, I'm finding this. But like I can... Oof. I can... I'm seeing this. It says, where does it say so? She was charged with violating a local ordinance that makes it illegal to share prepared food in a public park for charitable purposes without a permit. Do you guys not see why this law is needed? Do you guys not see why this is needed? Do you guys not already have laws that for selling food or sharing food, giving out food for charity, you need to pass certain requirements so we know your food is safe? Do you not do that? Because you know what this reminds me of? Croatia 2000. Oh, when I was a kiddo, 2000 early somethings, and we passed this law that said that everyone selling food at a local city market, they must have a permit to do so. And immediately people were like, oh, what? You must have a permit? Do they not want to allow old grannies to be selling carrots from the garden anymore? How horrible, how evil this country is. These grandmas are just trying to live. And then what happened is we had an investigation done. And a bunch of samples were taken from these produce at the local city market. And it turns out that most of the food sampled had fecal matter on it. Because people don't wash the food, nor do they wash their hands when they're handling it. They just sell it around. Now it has to be nicely packaged, it has to be nicely washed. They take samples every once in a while to ensure everything's clean. And I actually prefer it this way, absolutely. I prefer demanding permits. And it's the same thing like this. You can't just make food and then share it to people. How do we not know you made something horrible with it? Holy shit. Like, what? How do we know what you put in that food? How do we know your quality of food is proper? Why wouldn't you just get a permit? Why wouldn't you just make a charity organization? So I don't know. I'm okay with demanding permits for these things. I think that's okay. Like when I asked about an individual basis, I was like, I'm pretty sure you can't make it illegal to, like, I don't know, like I knew a couple of homeless people in the city. Most of them were eating because like they would go to someone's house for a lunch, or someone would be bringing them out food, like nicely packaged and everything, but it was like you bring it to one person, eventually like 2, 3, depending on like the group, but it was not too many people, you know. When you actually organize an event where you bring food out to a group of people, I absolutely think it's okay to demand you have a permit for that. I think that's just fine. No, I don't think that the argument would work only if you had a government institution that was in place to give food to homeless. No, I don't think that it would be a prerequisite to demanding that you have a permit to give out food to people. No, I think it's absolutely normal to demand you get a permit for giving food out to people. I think that's absolutely normal. I think that's absolutely fine. Oh, I don't know what's the fridge law though. I don't know what's the fridge law. The California one. I'm not sure what that one refers to. Yeah, people selling homemade vodka. I had a situation when I was working in as a waitress. One of homeless people who were frequenting the coffee shop, he died because he was drinking homemade rakia. Some grandma was making homemade rakia in a bathtub in her apartment, and she was selling it to people, and he died because of it. So, you know, I'm not really too opposed to demanding permits if you want to give out or sell food to other people. I think it's good to demand permits for this. Yeah, also the city park. Yeah, that too. I don't think she should have been arrested. I do think they should have been like, hey bro, you can't really do this. They want insane sized freezers that most supermarkets don't even have. What? What? Wait, in case you want to be like giving food out or what? Like if you want to be making food for other people, you must have these like huge freezers. That is weird. That is weird. Yeah, that is just weird. Okay, I see that. That's fucking stupid. I didn't know about that. I see the permit thing, but that one's just fucking dumb. Why? Especially like depending on the amount of food you're planning to prepare. I guess it could be based on calculations. So depending on how many people you're planning to feed, how much food you're planning to give out per week, you could base it on that. But if it's just like a blanket law demanding huge freezers, regardless, that's fucking stupid. Why would you need that? Oh, Solovyov, nice, new Solovyov. True. They're gonna blow your people up though.
Мирным жителям. Сейчас уже зафиксированы, как сказал губернатор Глотов, удары по Белгородской губернии кассетными боеприпасами. На самом деле мы много видели, как используются украинцами кассетные боеприпасы и до этого. Теперь уже идут во все американские. Поэтому подонок Кирби, якобы адмирал, это твоя личная вина, что американские кассетные боеприпасы, запрещенные во многих странах мира, и которые не так давно вы же, американцы, кричали, что их использование является...
He is incredibly stupid on this, and I hate him right now. The use of cluster munitions itself is not prohibited in USA, nor Ukraine, nor Russia. Russia was using them in residential areas. That is what was a war crime. That is what was a fucking war crime, not the use of these munitions themselves, but the way they were being used, which was chunking them in civilian areas. This is like going, oh yeah, well, you know, if I have a handgun in a safe in my house, it's okay, but if I carry it out and I shoot up people on the street, suddenly you're crying about it? Bro, come on. Yeah, USA didn't sign the treaty. USA didn't, Ukraine didn't, Russia didn't. But also, Russia was using them in a way that does constitute a war crime. It was about the way they were being used, not about the fact that they were being used.
С военным преступлением сейчас взрываются на территории Белгородчины и убивают, в том числе наших журналистов.
Oh no, journalist of Russia dying.
Сволочь должна ответить за это, но не в какой-нибудь Гааге, а где-нибудь в Киеве. Проведем трибунал, как когда-то в Нюрнберге, и осудим как киевскую хунту нацистскую, так и вас, пособников, которые боятся выйти и воевать с нами напрямую. Поэтому посылайте ваше оружие и ваших жалких шавок воевать против нас.
Ситуация все-таки, на мой взгляд,
Oh no, this one. Karen!
Совсем такая, она все более и более осложняется. Все более и более осложняется. А самое главное, к сожалению, мы видим, что наши западные противники, они абсолютно не хотят успокаиваться. Они идут, и они пойдут до конца. Они пойдут до конца. Понимаете? И, как говорится, в этом смысле надо понимать всю опасность.
If you wanted the war to end, you would support sending as many weapons to Ukraine as possible to smoke the fuck out of Russians.
Конечно, это народ, у которого есть свои какие-то там близкий нам народ, родственный.
Karen, especially with those eyebrows.
Ему надо что-то предложить, ему надо что-то сказать, У нас президент четко, ясно сказал, так сказать, государственность Украины остается.
Ну, президент сказал, что если дернетесь, будет стоять вопрос о вашей государственности.
Ну,
После этого впрямую говорить, что мы собираемся оставить государственность, у нас...
Oh shit, I had news to show you on Lavrov too. I just remembered.
Должны ждать. Мы хотим, что Украина включить в состав России. На мой взгляд, это будет ошибка. На мой взгляд, не надо нам повторять эту ошибку Советского Союза. Учитывая даже то, что часть областей проголосовала за то, чтобы входить в состав России. Но тогда по-другому. Ну,
нет, кто голосует, что Ватикан, разве мы против воли людей? Разве мы против воли людей?
About what? Oh, the change of the branding? Yeah, it's shit. Very lazily done. Haven't thought it out at all. A fucking embarrassment.
Радиостанцию на украинском языке, там, так сказать, во время Советов, в Отечественную войну, когда вообще другая техника была, они могли это делать. Чего мы-то это не делаем? На украинском языке радиостанция. Вон ваша Соловьев-Ли, у вас очень хорошая программа. С удовольствием смотрю. Ну сделайте.
Of course you do, you're stupid.
Запустите туда, в сторону Украины. Сегодняшняя техника позволяет это делать.
Ну, я бы сказал так, что, понимаете, вот многие наши проблемы, они исходят из того, что вот мы стоим на пороге, говорим, Третьей мировой войны. А с моей точки зрения, она уже закончилась. Да, мы в Четвертой мировой войне. Третью мировую войну мы проиграли. Просто наличие новых средств технических, я имею в виду новых вооружений, перевели войны между глобальными державами, мировыми державами в новый формат. Формат холодной войны. Любая мировая война – это война за новый мировой порядок. Сейчас мы тоже боремся за новый мировой порядок. Но ведем это теми же средствами, как вели холодную войну. И здесь сейчас общество продолжает жить. Оно не говорит, мы Третью мировую войну ждем, а у нас идет уже четвертая. Против нас воюют другими средствами.
Oh, that is just psychotic.
Они подтягивают силы, Соединенные Штаты не остановятся. Да, у них сейчас идет внутренняя борьба. Что сейчас происходит в Соединенных Штатах? Два главных претендента на пост вот, в следующем году на пост главы государства американского. Нет, с одной стороны у нас, значит, есть коррупционер-взяточник, незарегистрированный лоббист. С другой стороны у нас мятежник и уголовник.
Mutineer and a criminal? Trump?
Который там занимается, значит, со стороны.
Oh, that one's Trump.
Он ее купил. Более того, хранит секретные документы не в тех местах.
Ну, это они оба хранят.
Да и сейчас еще и, в общем, спровоцировал мятеж и мешает расследованию мятежа 6 января. В общем, короче говоря, вот та ситуация, которая складывается, меня она с одной стороны смешит, да, по крайней мере, вот никчемность американского истеблишмента, она видна. Но вот это применительно к тому, о чем мы говорим про нашу страну. Но вот механизм, запущенный механизм, он продолжает действовать. Он действовал 20 лет назад, он действует сейчас. Да, у них сейчас встает новая задача.
Hey, yo, Spicy. By the way, guys, we'll be doing a raid on Top Sense soonish. Girls gotta go eat dinner, and I have to go to sleep. I have work in the morning. Nice. Also, be hyped for me, okay? We're getting the new camera this weekend, so I'm kind of hyped. We're doing like 4 streams on the old setup still. I need to be making the alerts work and everything. So be happy for me. Be happy for me. What do? I work in a store basically. I used to be doing online work as a translator, but then I needed basically the store had an emergency because they were lacking workers, and my mother is there as a manager, and she asked me to fill up one of the spots because they have no one else to be doing the job. So then I was like, yeah, sure, okay. So now I work fucking retail job for my 600 hours. There's actually no proper beers. There's no proper beers at all, damn my dude. It's sad. We got some Croatian beers, but that's that. We don't have anything fancy. We don't have anything interesting. It's kind of sad. It's kind of saddish. I really want to, I want to buy a proper camera, and I want to be able to have like a chatting screen like that. I want to have that. I want to have that, but like with chat. Hot wings. You're gonna be eating hot wings while Thompson eats one of his MRI shits. Fair. Fair. Yeah. I used to be a translator. I'm not working as a translator anymore because I'm currently working in retail, so I don't have time. Just work retail. I don't like living. I don't like working retail. I'm not a fan. I did it as a favor. I'm doing it as a favor, and also, you know, I think it's kind of good to be on a stricter schedule. Because when I was doing translation, I would be doing it until like 4 in the morning, and then I would sleep until like stream time, which was like 9, depending. It was a very bad schedule to be living on as a human. So I'm kind of hoping that in my 600 days of work, I actually managed to put myself into a proper sleep schedule and everything. I'm hoping I get used to it. It really wasn't normal before. It was not normal before at all. But also I don't really like working at all. I'm not a big fan of that. Let me take Thompson. Okay, nice. So yeah, the plan is basically I work there until I finish my 600 hours, and then when I'm done with my 600 hours, I'm going to try 600 days. Wish it was hours, holy shit. When I'm done with that, I see what I can do, which is actually better. I'm already trying to clear out some positions, so I'm infiltrating some parts. So we're gonna see how that works. I'm kind of hyped about that, but yeah. Wait, let me click. Oh yeah, sure. 600 days. Yeah, it's the length of a pregnancy leave in Croatia. Because the woman I'm replacing currently, she's pregnant, and that's why there was an immediate need to find her a replacement. So it's like, I know it's the length of the pregnancy plus 1 year after you give birth, right? So it's like 600 days approximately. She did start her leave very early into her pregnancy because she was basically tracking it relatively carefully because, you know, of course you want to know as soon as possible. But yeah, around 600 days. I should be free by next winter. So, you know, be happy for me for that. And then we all go to Krim to have a beach party, okay? I'll be free, I'll be having lots of money stacked up. We all go to Krim, we rent a hotel, we do a huge beach party because at the time this is all gonna be over and we're going to be seeing Russians rot from sanctions, okay? Okay, positivity, my dudes, positivity. Talking about positivity, we got Thompson right now. He was really positive on this yesterday, so I'm hoping he's still really good. 2 rooms for you, that works. I'm paying. See ya, by the way.